session in the consideration of this application by Vattenhall Wind Power Limited for consent under.
So Susan Shaw, I am a solicitor and instructed by Wildcat Haven, and I have two witnesses today, Dr. Paul O'Donoghue and Mr. Woodfield, who are both present.
Morning, ma'am. My name's Dr. Paul O'Donoghue. I'm on the call today in my capacity as Director of Wildcat Haven.
Thank you. And there's a couple of other parties appearing. I see Mr. Finlay. Obviously, Mr. Finlay's representing the council, and here he advised me, yes, he's here just to monitor what's happening today. And I saw another name, Pat Scott, but I didn't know what interest Pat Scott has today. Are you participating in some way?
I'm from the Huntly Express, the local newspaper at Huntly.
All right, okay, so you're just watching the proceedings.
Just watching and listening. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. I'm not, obviously I said I wasn't going to repeat the whole proceedings, but it might be useful just because we've got new people joining us today, just to confirm that the sequence of events today. The advocate or solicitor introduces their witness who gives their evidence in chief, drawn from their precognition and any relevant inquiry statement or report. The witness is then cross-examined by the opposing party or parties, and the reporter then may ask questions of the witness. The witness can then be asked some further questions by their own advocate or solicitor, referred to as re-examination. Obviously, you've made arrangements for your witnesses to be separated from the person asking the questions, and just remind everyone that if there is a break during their evidence giving session, that they should stay in place or stay separate from the rest of their inquiry team. Now, the first bit of business today, obviously we got it just this morning, a request for an additional document to be included. So we'll maybe move to that. Ms. Shaw, perhaps you could explain the reasons for introducing the document at this stage.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and for agreeing to hear submissions on this point this morning. This is a document which we understand belongs to the applicant. It's a document which has been brought to the attention of my client out with the proceedings that are being heard today, and is a document that we would submit should have been identified in the searches which were earlier to be undertaken by the applicant. As far as we're aware, the contents of that document are not currently before inquiry in their current form, but our submission is that it is material in terms of providing the context around Clashindarroch 1 and the work which has been undertaken by the Ecological Clerk of Works in that context. And we therefore contend there can be no prejudice. It's a document that's within the applicant's knowledge and control. It's their document, and really we're looking for confirmation from them in terms of it not being previously disclosed.
I just want to check, what exactly is it, or what do you believe it to be?
The document itself is a report which has been prepared by the Ecological Clerk of Works, which is dated 2013, and it appears to show the presence of wildcats being identified by them at Clashindarroch site.
And do you believe it was prepared for the applicant?
That is our understanding. It would have been a consultant appointed on the applicant's behalf who was required to undertake that, the preparation of that report.
Thank you. Mr. Trinick, what are your views on introducing this document at this stage?
Well, we heard about this by email this morning. Vattenfall have already checked and they do not hold this document. That's already been confirmed. When Ms. Shaw refers to Clashindarroch and the applicant, let's be clear, this is not Clashindarroch 2, it's Clashindarroch 1. We can say no more about it at the moment. I'd like to know exactly when it did come to Wildcat Haven's attention, because we have only just heard about it this morning. If Wildcat Haven can give us any clues as to where it might have been obtained from, that might help us track the document down as Vattenfall. We can say no more. My witness is giving evidence this morning. He has not seen it. I'm certainly not going to just put the document to him without him seeing it. On that basis, I object to its late submission. If you decide to admit it, it's going to involve that I will want to put it to give my witness a chance to look at it. It's going to involve time taken out of the inquiry so that he can look at it. I don't know how long, because I don't know what's in the document. So this is very last minute so far as we're concerned. I'd like to know when it first came to Wildcat Haven's attention. Thank you, Madam.
Sure, can you enlighten us to how it arrived with you?
Yes, ma'am. The document was just brought to our attention just yesterday, I think it was. Just bear with me, I'll find the exact date. On the 27th at 17:11, but the document was just picked up by myself and is being brought to our attention now. As I say, it's not a document that's our document, it's a document of the applicants. In terms of the actual document itself, there is around 1.5 pages of text. It's not a significant document, the rest of it is photographs. So I think we're just basically looking for the applicant to try to obtain clarification over it. It should have been disclosed before now. If the document, if they can confirm it exists as it is presented there. And I think we're just looking for clarification from them.
Mr. Trinick, you've already indicated that your client has no knowledge of it. Would my right in thinking it would have been passed to the applicant as a body in regard to Clashindarroch 1 rather than the applicant in Clashindarroch 2?
About this document is that it arrived in a series of screenshots this morning. I'm not going to comment on that until I've seen the document properly.
Not inclined to introduce it to the evidence for this session today, because I accept Mr. Trinick's point. Nobody's really had a chance to investigate its origin, verify that it ever was available to the applicant in any form, whether in their previous role as the applicant for Clashindarroch 1. What I might do, I think, if I can get agreement, is perhaps to agree that we receive some written comments on it after the inquiry, where we can just verify what is known about the document. Would that be acceptable? That we get just a written submission confirming what it is and whether or not it was available.
That's acceptable, quite acceptable, ma'am. Very good idea. Thank you.
That's fine.
I just emphasise that the document has Vattenfall's name on the front of it. I mean, it is a document of the applicants and it's a very short document, so I would have thought that during the break today some inquiries could be made in relation to it.
I believe me, inquiries have been made already, hence I've said Vattenfall are unaware of it. So we'll continue looking, but I'm glad for the stance you've taken, ma'am, and it's a good one.
There's enough to do in the course of the inquiry without trying to source archive documents from out with what the participants have access to today. So I think if we get comments on its relevance, we'll agree a timescale, but perhaps within a week after the closure of the inquiry sessions. So are there any other preliminary matters that need to be raised before we start the inquiry session proper?
Just to ask Susan Shaw, the order of her witnesses.
We're proceeding with the order as is set down in the agenda, which is a slight change from what we had suggested back in December. But I think on reflection, we're content with the reporter's proposal that Dr O'Donoghue ends his evidence. The only point I would want to make is that if there's any possibility that we might run over time, that would create an issue for us in terms of any purdah period. But I don't think that that's a prospect as things stand at the moment today. So we're prepared to be flexible on the point, but we intend to proceed as per the agenda.
That's extremely helpful, thank you. And my final point is, it might be helpful just to take some estimates of time in terms of evidence in chief and cross-examination, so we can, I'm thinking of Mr. Finlay as well and what's happening tomorrow. Make sure we are going to finish today and we have some appreciation of that early in the day. I will be about 40 minutes or so with Mr. Bradshaw in chief. I anticipate, depending on the answers I get, obviously, I think roughly 2 hours with Dr. O'Donoghue and less time, how much less I don't know, with Mr. Woodfield. So there are my current estimates. But let's see if it survives the first shot of battle. We shall see.
Ms. Shaw, do you expect? I mean, to me that reckons that in theory that's a half day for Mr. Trinick's examination and cross-examination. Would you say that your questioning is likely to take a half day? I know it'd be spread over the day, but.
So in respect of evidence in chief, I think we'd estimated about 45 minutes to an hour maximum, but we'll try to keep it sharp and more to the 45-minute end for both, and about an hour and a half in respect of Mr. Bradshaw cross-examination.
If you've been following the inquiry, you'll know that we're sort of aiming to have a break halfway through the morning if we can. We'll try and fit that in around changing between an examination and cross-examination or some other point in the event, and then we'll look to finish for lunch for around an hour at about 1 o'clock or thereabouts. But again, we'll be flexible based on trying to prevent a block or a break in the flow of evidence. So it may be just best that we get started, and we'll hand over to Mr. Trinick and his witness now.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we get Mr. Bradshaw on screen? There he is.
Morning, everyone.
I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
I can. I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Paul Bradshaw. Ma'am, I'm an ecologist, founding partner with MBEC, an environmental consultancy that was established in Edinburgh in 2003. I have about 20 years experience in consultancy. The bulk of my project work has been in development planning, environmental impact assessment, and ecological mitigation strategies and habitat management plans, particularly in the renewables sector in Scotland. I first started to work on the Clashindarroch 2 project in 2015, and MBEC undertook the baseline surveys, the impact assessment, of the proposed development on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Now, you've got inquiry report. There's also the recognition, which we're taking as read, but perhaps I'm sure the reporter's already noted that Appendix 1 to that recognition is a tabular response to the EIA critique made by Mr. Woodfield. We can take that as read, obviously. I want to ask you 1 or 2 points arising out of the evidence of the witnesses who oppose you. I want to go first to the inquiry report of Dr. O'Donoghue, and within that paragraph 2, and with thanks to Dr. O'Donoghue, there's no electronic page numbering required, but the pages are the pages. So this is paragraph 2, and here Dr. O'Donnell refers to the Scottish wildcat as being potentially the rarest animal in the world. He does refer to, in the first sentence, to the Scottish wildcat, and then in the last sentence to 20% of the remaining world population. So taxonomically, I want you to respond to what Dr. O'Donoghue says in that paragraph.
Yeah, just to clarify there that previously the Scottish wildcat was considered to be a different species, but more recently the scientific consensus on its taxonomy is that it's a subpopulation of the European wildcat rather than a subspecies. So it's a population of the European wildcat confined to Scotland and referred to as the Scottish wildcat. I've got references for that, ma'am, if you would like to go to that. But if you're happy to.
We can go to that, Mr. Bradshaw, just give us a reference.
Okay, it's CD 6.1 is a useful reference for that. That's on page 20, section 2.6, and paragraph 2.
That's page 20. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Moving on to the next point. We need to keep moving, you see, to not occupy too much time here. On the conservation status of the wildcat, in same paragraph 2, Dr. O'Donoghue refers to it as being critically endangered. Your response to that, please.
Dr. O'Donoghue is correct to point that out. It has been assessed, the population has been assessed recently under the IUCN Red List criteria as being critically endangered. The species as a whole, the European wildcat as a whole, the population across Europe isn't in that same category. It's classified as least concern at the moment. Whilst there are still threats to the species in mainland Europe, and the population is fragmented, declining in some cases. It's not as impacted by hybridization as the Scottish population, which is the main threat to the population, and why it's primarily why it's critically endangered. Okay,
and the reference for that again is CD 6.1 page 7, first paragraph. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yep. What I'd like you to do, for my benefit and for the reporters, is to, when we talk about wildcats, hybrids, feral cats, domestic cats, I certainly get quite confused because some of you ecologists don't always put the right word on the front to tell me what I'm talking about. So can you help the reporter and explain what's meant by these terms?
Yes, it's a complicated issue, this, but I think most people will be aware that wildcats are affected by hybridization in Scotland. They can interbreed with domestic cats, particularly feral domestic cats is suspected as the main cause. So matings between the two species, domestic cats being a separate species to the wildcat, can produce viable hybrids that can breed with wildcats, and the hybrids themselves can interbreed as well. And what happens over time, and it's suspected that this has probably been occurring for a very long time in Scotland, with possibly some evidence that it's been accelerating in recent decades. But what happens over time is there's gene flow between those two populations, and that means that currently, because of this, there's a spectrum within the wild living cat population. If we consider feral cats, hybrid cats, and also wildcats, true wildcats, if you like, there's somewhat of a genetic spectrum between these different populations rather than them being genetically distinct. And there's a useful paper, I think, that might be worth bringing up that's in the core reference.
CD 614, ma'am, if you would go to that.
So this is the Sen et al. Study from 2019. It's a fairly comprehensive reassessment of the genetic condition, if you like, of wild living cat populations in Scotland, based on various different data sets and samples, DNA samples, and testing that was carried out on these different groups of cats. If you turn to scroll down to figure 2.
Page 8, please. Page 8, figure 2. I'd like you to explain first to the reporter, if you take the bottom right image, that along the vertical axis, what do we see there? Figures between 0 and 1, what does that mean?
Hopefully everyone can see these scatter plots. So on the vertical axis there, the Q value, as it's given, is effectively the degree of hybridization present in the sample, and along the the bottom, it's the number by rank order. So these are all the different samples. So there's approximately 250 samples, and they're ranked in order of their Q value. And the different plots relate to the different data sets that were analysed. So the top left, captive cats, these are currently living in terms of when the study was carried out a couple of years ago now. This is the captive population that's used for conservation breeding, for example, at Kincraig Wildlife Park. And the two colours there, the blue and the orange, just show the differentiation between the sampled cats that were considered to be hybrid and those that were considered to be true wildcats, for want of a better phrase. You can see at the 0.75 tick mark there, the dashed line shows the genetic threshold in relation to what's now been accepted as the threshold that's used in the assessment of suitability of animals for captive breeding as part of the conservation programme. There's a number of orange points, which are the hybrid samples that are above that line. And that's because the process of determining whether an individual is a hybrid or a wildcat using this methodology includes consideration of the external characteristics of the individual as well, what's referred to as the pelage score, the patterns in the fur, the lines and stripes, shape of the tail, etc., and these kinds of external features which are considered as well in this process. So that's why there are a number of orange points that are above the 0.75 threshold. So the key point with this is that it's showing that in terms of the captive population, it's broadly speaking, it's been categorized as wildcat. If you move over to the right from there, the same row, it's domestic cats that are shown there. Unsurprisingly, they're all red within the domestic cat range. Coming down, historical cats. These are samples that were taken from a lot of museum specimens, primarily from an earlier period than the wild living cats. So this is going back to the sort of 19th century through to the sort of, I think, mid-20th century. And again, the majority of the samples there fall within the wildcat categorization. And then we've got wild living dead cats, and these are primarily animals that have been found at the roadside, unfortunately roadkill, if you like. And they're from a more recent period, from the late 80s through to the 2010s, I think. And so you can see a different picture here, obviously, in terms of the continuum, the spectrum from domestic cats in red through the orange hybrid samples to the wildcat samples at the top. Very few of these blue points have been recorded from animals that have been found in recent years. Most of them are from the 90s, early 2000s. And then finally, excuse me, finally, the bottom plot here shows the results from surveyed cats. So these are individuals that have been part of the work that Scottish Wildcat Action primarily have been involved in within the wildcat priority areas from around about 2014, 2015. So these were samples that were taken from cats that were trapped in the wild in locations where wildcats were expected to be present. Again, this shows that today, in terms of this sample at least anyway, none of them have been categorised as wild.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Now, in terms of terminology, therefore, if we look at the blue scatter plots, those are what you call pure wildcat, am I right?
Yes, or the least hybridised or pure.
Yeah, and then the orange ones you would call hybridised.
Yes.
but for the purposes of the EIAR in this case, when you use the word putative wildcat, what does that mean?
Well, that's just an assumption based on a lot of the information that we have from wildcat surveys is based on what's referred to as camera trapping, using automatically triggered wildlife cameras, which people are probably familiar with from nature documentaries, natural history documentaries, where they just sort of operate automatically, record a picture of an individual, and from the appearance of that individual, its patination in its fur, its pelage, you can derive a score of its degree of hybridization, which is based on work that was done around about 2005, and a sort of systematic methodology was developed to allow ranking of degree of hybridization based on external characters.
But what the reporter and I think need to know is that when you use the word putative, it means it's been scored on the basis of pelage and has not been subject to DNA testing. Because
yes.
If it were, it would either go into the category of pure or it would go into the category of hybrid when you combine the DNA testing with the pelage scoring. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's a combination of the two assessments, two criteria that are considered.
For the purposes of the EIAR, running forward a bit, and we'll come back to it, what is the assumption being made in terms of the wildcats of Clashindarroch?
Well, we've taken I think a reasonable approach there in assuming that unless proven otherwise through DNA testing, that any cat that appears to be a wildcat based on its external appearance is treated as such in the assessment.
Yeah. Thank you. I interrupt you there, but I'm anxious to push on. Was it something you wanted to add?
Well, I was just going to point out that in terms of Clashindarroch itself, there hasn't been any evidence from the recent survey work that's been carried out and the DNA testing that's been done on the cats that have been trapped in that area. None of them have met this current criteria for consideration in terms of the captive breeding program. So they are considered hybrids in terms of the methodology that's set out in the SEN study.
Thank you. Now, the wildcat population size, in paragraph 2 of his inquiry report again, Dr. O'Donoghue states there may be only 30 Scottish wildcats remaining in the wild. Now, first of all, do you think, is he talking about pure wildcats or putative here? Or don't we know?
Well, the problem that we have with these estimates, and this is true of all of the population estimates at the moment, is there's a high degree of uncertainty because of the fact that the data that these estimates have been derived from is largely based on camera trapping studies in terms of recent estimates. And so it's an important distinction to make because when we're considering sensitivity for EIA purposes and the importance of the population present in Clashindarroch, it's not reasonable to compare that population against the minimum estimate based on the range of estimates that are out there for putative pure wildcats, given the fact that the population appears to be heavily affected by hybridization in the Clashindarroch area.
For these estimates, I think we go to CD61, is that right?
Yes. There's a useful summary. So again, this document. So this is the IUCN report from 2019. That was let
the report get there first. It's CD61.
61.
And it's, I think, both page and page 12. And to what do you want to draw the reporter's attention on this page when the reporter gets there? Get that. Thank you. Go on.
Yes, so this was a fairly comprehensive review of the current status of wildcat in Scotland and conservation work that had been done to date, and it includes an overview of the various population estimates that were available at the time. And so there's reference, hopefully you can see that there's reference to, to various estimates, including, sorry, I'm just getting it in front of me just now. The 200 median estimate, which Dr. O'Donoghue refers to, so that's the one that has the 95% probability that the tree population falls between 30 to 430 individuals. And there's also been estimates of 400 remaining. There's also a study by Dr. Kilshaw that was published in 2015, based on camera trapping studies that she did. She completed over a number of locations in northern Scotland, and arrived at an estimate of between 115 to 314. And the variation there relates partly to do with assumptions made in relation to the density of wildcats present in different habitat types. So I think in the context of the assessment and consideration of the population present within Clashindarroch Forest, that's probably a more appropriate national population estimate to be referring to, rather than the 30 figure. I think the 30 figure is not realistic in terms of comparisons with the evidence that we have anyway, at least in terms of the hybridization of the population present within the Clashindarroch area.
Okay, now on that page, EP12, just to help the reporter, ma'am, if you go down below the table 2.1 on that page, about 10 or 12 lines, beginning at the end of the line, it says Kilshaw 2015 estimated. If you find that, that's the start of the figures to which Mr. Bradshaw's referred. It goes on for 6 or 7 lines, and you'll pick up the references to 35 to 400 and 200 with a 95 percentile range of 30 to 430 in those lines. Have you found those? Thank you very much. Just on this point, Mr. Bradshaw, is the true population of remaining pure wildcats known with any certainty?
No, it's not, and that's the problem that we're all wrestling with here, and that until it's possible to have both a combination of a good image of an individual and a DNA sample as well, it's not possible at the moment to be confident of the degree of hybridization, the purity, if you like, of that individual wildcat.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Moving on, and we're talking here about these uncertainties in the context of the EIA process. So population size, uncertainties about population size and the EIA process. Given these uncertainties, how have you assessed the importance of the study area for EIA purposes?
Well, we've been helped in that regard in terms of the information that has been provided by Scottish Wildcat Action. And the Scottish Wildcat Action is an organisation obviously focused on wildcat conservation research and also practical conservation measures. It's now been superseded by another organisation, but at the time we were undertaking desk study work and initiating baseline surveys for Clash 2. SWA were active within Clashindarroch and the wider Strathbogie wildcat priority area, which extends over a much larger area than Clashindarroch Forest. And they had been undertaking camera trap studies on a systematic basis across the wildcat priority area from around about 2014. And they provided data over several winters that they completed surveys for wildcat in Clashindarroch and the surrounding area. But they also based on the data that they'd collected, undertook their own assessment completely separately to to the proposed development, part of their monitoring work for the WPA. And they assessed that there was a likelihood of perhaps 4 to 5 wildcats present within Clashindarroch, or using Clashindarroch forest on a regular basis. So there's a couple of useful references for that, just to confirm that. There's a document, CD 15.7.4, which is the Berne Convention response.
Yes. So paragraph 18.
Sorry, I might have given the wrong reference there.
Well, that's the UK's response to the complaint 1574. And paragraph 18 of that document.
If you just bear with me a second.
Of course.
Yes, so on page 4, I think it is. So this is the government's response to Wildcat Haven's complaint to the Berne Convention Committee, and they've stated that Wildcat Haven were estimating a population of at least 13 animals in Clashindarroch, and stating we do not recognise the figures. SWA estimate 4 to 5 wildcats regularly using Clashindarroch forest, and this has been reiterated as Nature Scott's position in their recent letter that was provided in January, which is
CD 2.7.
2.7, yeah.
Yep. Thank you for that. I think you also want to refer here to CD 6.9 as a reference. You'd like to go there to page 110. Paragraph 972, is that correct?
So this report was produced in 2014. It's an SNH at the time, published document, and it provides sort of the initial results from preliminary surveys that were carried out to establish the wildcat priority areas, and it includes some figures in terms of the size of the proposed area and the extent of suitable habitat, and there is also reference at 9.72 under merit as a wildcat priority areas. The number of cats caught on camera justify recommendation of Strathbogie as a wildcat priority area. However, there appears to be very significant integration, which is in effect hybridization between wildcats and domestic cats at this site. So there was an initial there was initially some evidence that that was the case for Strathbogie, and I think that's the more recent data that's been collected and analysis that's been done has confirmed that position. It might also be useful just to very quickly scroll on further, because there are some maps there which also show the extent of the wildcat priority areas, and if you scroll down to page WIN-110, figure 42. That shows the extent of the wildcat priority area, the red boundary. And you can perhaps just make out where Clashindarroch Forest lies within that.
Thank you. Moving topic to the issue of withholding data. If you go to Dr. O'Donoghue's inquiry report at page 2, or page 2, paragraph 4, there's a reference, the last sentence, so it says, even now, more recent SWA data since 2019 continues to be withheld from the scrutiny of independent experts such as myself, and also the general public, although it is apparently available to the applicant. I think you want to respond to that.
Yes, I was just to clarify there that in terms of the data, it's maybe worth just mentioning that all of the data that's been collected by SWA will be considered and published in a report at some point fairly soon, is our understanding. It's not available at the moment, and we haven't seen a copy of that. But in terms of the data that SWA provided the applicant as part of the desk study that we undertook for the EIA, all of that information has been considered and summarised within the chapter of the EIAR and various technical appendices. There is confidentiality surrounding some of the information that's been provided by SWA. They provided that on the basis that that confidentiality would be respected. And so the information was included in some of the information, particularly camera trap locations and known or potential den sites or resting areas for wildcat, were included in a separate confidential annex to Chapter 9. That confidential annex has been made available to the inquiry in a redacted format, it includes as much information as we are able to provide in relation to the confidentiality that we have to adhere to in terms of the conditions under which the information was provided to us.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not aware of there being any withholding of information in terms of anything that the SWA have provided to us. As I say, we've provided everything that we can provide under the restrictions that it was provided within.
I understand that. Thank you very much. You've had no prior view of the report yet to be published. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
You haven't seen. Have you seen the 2018-19 SWA camera trap data?
No, we were provided with 3 winters worth of camera trap data, but it did not include the 18-19 winter.
Okay, so that answers what Dr. Donoghue says. Thank you very much. I'm changing topics to the SWA data now, showing apparently wildcat presence throughout Clashindarroch Forest. And I'm referring here to Dr. O'Donoghue's paragraph 2 on page 2. He makes reference to the SW, I'm not sure it is paragraph 2. I'll find the reference, but it's where he makes reference to the SWA data proving that wildcats are present throughout Clashindarroch Forest, and uses that assumption to derive his estimate of the total number of individual wildcats present at 21. Now, I think it is in paragraph 2, but actually it's on page 1. My apologies, right paragraph, wrong page. And that's where we find his reference to 21 individuals. Do you think his conclusion is fair based on the available data?
I don't find that it's supported by the available data. we've already discussed, obviously, the extensive multi-year data that was collected by SWA and the assessment that they've independently undertaken. It wasn't our assessment, that there were 4 to 5 wildcats frequently using Clashindarroch forest. And I think the difficulty with the 21 figure is the underlying assumptions aren't supported by the evidence. So the assumption that wildcat territories are of a certain size to allow 21 wildcats to be present in Clashindarroch just isn't supported by the available evidence on typical wildcat territory or ranging, home ranging and wider territory areas within Clashindarroch and the wider WPA. And that information has been developed from the satellite tracking studies that have been undertaken by SWA that has shown individual wildcats that have been have GPS tags on them, showing that the extent to which they're ranging around within the forest and around the fringes of the forest into surrounding habitats. In terms of the camera trapping data, in the confidential annex, and if you turn to that redacted version of the confidential annex.
CD 169 confidential annex.
Tables 9, 10, and 11.
So that'll be internal page 9 of 20. That's where it starts, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So there are 3 tables of.
Are you there, ma'am? Sorry, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Carry on. Yeah.
There are 3 tables of showing on each row a separate camera trap location with a reference number. The detailed grid reference is redacted, but there is a 2 by 2 kilometre scale grid reference given, which is what SWA were willing to provide in terms of the redacted version of the confidential annex. And so that these figures are based on OS national grid systems. You can use these codes, NJ53K, for example, to find the center of a 2 by 2 kilometer square. I have to point out that in the text above, there is an error in the text there. There's reference here to, in paragraph 3.1.2, Scottish Wildcat Action provided records of wildcat, hybrid wildcat from within Clashindarroch Forest. These results are provided in tables 9 to 11. So that is the case, that those records are provided, but SWA also provided camera trap data for a wider area beyond Clashindarroch Forest as well. So it's important that we point that out, that it's not clear in that paragraph that actually what's shown in the tables is a larger data set than just Clashindarroch Forest.
Just stop you there. So, in terms of the tetrad or 2 kilometre square notations, NJ53K, for example, the reporter might be assisted here by Mr. Woodfield's CD 1332, which shows some tetrads with the NJ numbers. Now, we'll wait till the reporter gets to there.
No, it's fine. I'm familiar with those plans. That's fine. Just carry on.
Does Mr. Woodfield show where all the camera traps were located? He used his notations on 1332 to 4.
No, it's useful because it shows the tetrads, the sort of scale of the tetrad reference in relation to the study area, and locations where wildcat was recorded based on the images that were collected by the camera. So it shows those locations. Within the table, within each of these tables, a subset of cameras were located within Clashindarroch or on the fringes of Clashindarroch Forest. From the tetrad references, you can work out approximately where those locations were. And in total, looking at the 2015-16 data set, there's 41 cameras were deployed within Clashindarroch or on the edge of Clashindarroch Forest. And of those, 16 recorded images that were assessed as wildcat. So you can see when you scroll through the tables that clearly there's a lot of locations where wildcat weren't recorded as well as were recorded, but mostly weren't recorded. And that was also the case in 2016-17 as well. There were 28 camera traps deployed, 8 of them in Clashindarroch, 8 of them recorded images that were determined to be wildcat. In 2017-2018, there were 51 cameras and 16 of those recorded wildcat images. So there's, clearly wildcat are present in a general sense within Clashindarroch Forest, but they're not necessarily present at every location where cameras were deployed. And the primary reason for that is that there is variability in use of Clashindarroch Forest by wildcat. They're not randomly distributed through the forest. And that's also evident from the satellite tracking data.
Yeah, let me stop you there just to catch up on something. First of all, CD 1332, am I right that Dr. Whitfield has shown the tetrads where wildcat were camera traps, but he hasn't shown all the other tetrads where they were not recorded? Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, fine, just to get it clear. Secondly, the camera traps are set out, as I understand it, on a 1 by 1 kilometre grid. And is there professional judgment deployed in the sighting of these cameras?
Yes, because obviously the purpose is to maximise the potential for recording wildcats or putative wildcats. And so it's important that the location is carefully selected. There would be little point in randomly placing cameras within the forest. Large areas of the forest are very dense plantation, thicket and pole stage, commercial conifers. And there would be the potential, if cameras were randomly placed, for a lot of them not to record wildcat because they're just in a poor location where wildcats are less likely to be present. So within each 1 kilometre grid square, a location was selected along a woodland edge or by a forestry track or a ride or a fence line or a wall, some linear feature or edge habitat generally, along watercourses as well, grassland areas adjacent to watercourses, where there was a greater likelihood that wildcats might be recorded.
Right, so that was done. And as a result of this activity, SWA have reached certain conclusions. I don't want to go to the document, but it's CD 635, E page 4, paragraph 18. And their conclusion, I think, is the one we saw within CD 1574, the Berne Convention UK report, isn't it? That there are 4 to 5 wildcats used in the Clashindarroch Forest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, turning on to contentions made about the EIA, you go to Dr. O'Donoghue's precognition at paragraph 3.7, that's CD 1316, at paragraph 3.7. He says there is an almost total reliance by the applicant on a third-party data set, SWA data set, which didn't carry out a focused or targeted survey of the application site. Mr. Bradshaw's attempts to survey for wildcat either suggest a lack of expertise and or, well, that's what he says, a lack of a genuine attempt to find wildcats. There we are. Your response, please.
well, obviously, I don't accept that accusation. The SWA data, I mean, there's no doubt about it, is an important element of the information that was available to us. That there's no question about its value in terms of the EIA process of assessing the sensitivity of the site, and also the wider information that they've provided from satellite tracking in terms of the finer level of detail that we now understand about wildcat or putative wildcat use of the forest. It's an incredibly invaluable data set, and we were very grateful to have access to it. But in addition to that, that is a context. That information provides broader context, essentially, for Clashindarroch Forest, and for the assessment, it's necessary to go into much greater detail in terms of what's actually proposed, in terms of the location where infrastructure is going to be constructed, what habitats are going to be impacted, are there putative wildcats present in that area, to what extent are they using it for foraging, for moving, for denning, for resting, how it might relate to their wider territory, its general importance as supporting habitat for individual wildcats and for the population present in the forest. We needed to look at that in a greater level.
Thank you, Special. So, in order to do that, if the reporter were to refer to, ma'am, we're not going to go there because it's before you. Purpose of evidence in chief isn't to lead the evidence again. It's to CD 13, chapter 9, and then we've got tables 9.4 on e-pages 18 and 19, but there's also CD 152, technical appendix 9.2, at internal pages 23 onwards, describes the work that was done. Have I got that right, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, I think so. So it's just a summary. The CD 1.3, chapter 9, table 9.4 is just a summary, a list effectively of the surveys that were carried out, just detailing, listing, and with further detail provided elsewhere within the document of the walkover surveys, habitat surveys, camera trapping surveys that were undertaken. For example, there were almost 40 camera traps deployed with a combined total of over 5,000 trap nights completed within the application area, and also with some sampling of the Clashindarroch 1 area as well that was we also undertook thermal image camera surveys as well, and so there was a concerted effort, using various different survey methods to establish presence and use of the proposed development area by wildcat. So it was on a much finer grained spatial level of detail, if you like, than the SWA data, which was also important in terms of the wider context. And some of the SWA camera data obviously was directly applicable to the application site as well.
And I think that if the reporter were to go to CD, lost the number, hang on. It's figure 910 within the EIA figures. Well, I'll just get the exact reference. CD 144, volume 3D, figure 910. That's where you will see the protected species camera locations.
Yes.
Right. We don't need to go into it. That's where it can be found. Right. Moving on to habitat quality. I'll determine not to go too much over time here, so we need to speed on. We go to CD. We go to back to Dr. O'Donoghue's inquiry report on e-page or page 3, paragraph 6. Dr. O'Donoghue here deals with the density of wildcat and Clashindarroch habitat distribution and quality. I'll just let the reporter read that paragraph and then I'm going to put a point to you. In summary, he's saying there is a uniformity of habitat providing constant potential for wildcat across the Clashindarroch forest. Is that an appraisal with which you agree?
I think in a broad sense, yes. I mean, Clashindarroch forest, obviously, within the forest, the suitable habitat is provided, but I think there's a more subtle assessment to be made on that in relation to the variability in habitat suitability across the forest, and you know, this can be considered in terms of the existing available scientific evidence from studies that have been undertaken of wildcat ranging within Scotland, and particularly within the northeast of Scotland and in the wildcat priority area itself. So these are individual hybrid wildcats for the most part in terms of Clashindarroch, where that have had GPS collars fitted to them, and they've been released and are allowed, just been free ranging within their territories. And the GPS collars allow a detailed level of information about their location, their behaviour, their movements, different times of day, different seasons, and whether they might be using a particular area for hunting or for denning or for resting. And there's maybe a useful sort of visual example of this, just to, if it's possible to bring up, I think it's sorry, trying to get the correct reference here.
This is a figure you're after.
Yes, yeah, it's a figure.
From within the environmental statement?
No, it's from. Sorry, bear with me a second. I thought it made a note. That's previously. It's 6.31.
CD 631. Okay.
That's the GPS radio tracking.
That's correct. On the second E page there, so this is a provisional report on GPS tracking studies that were undertaken within the wildcat priority areas in recent years from the proceedings of a German conference from a few years ago. But it's just to illustrate, if you turn to the second page, there are a few images there showing various points on top of aerial photographs. And you can see on the right-hand side is an example. So this is locational data from a GPS collar on a hybrid wildcat, showing its ranging within an agricultural area, which is near to Clashindarroch. But it just shows the level of detail that this type of technology can provide and how invaluable it is at providing insights into wildcat ecology and ranging behaviour.
Now, the combination of that satellite tracking data and the SWA tracking data, and indeed the EIA camera tracking data, does that show that wildcats are randomly, evenly distributed throughout the area?
No, I mean, it shows a fairly clear pattern. That they're quite often spending a significant portion of the time on the edges or outside of the forest in terms of the individuals that have been satellite tracked to date. Often associated with areas of scrub and grassland, and as is shown in this study we just looked at, using areas of open farmland and ranging into the plantation areas, particularly along the edges of watercourses, using the valley bottom areas. It's hard to be certain, but it looks like they're certainly using at times the forestry tracks, which are also often located along the valley bottoms as well, as an access route into the forest. And they also appear to be preferentially hunting within areas of clear fell or young plantation, and also using features within the forest itself, like areas of windthrow, where there's a lot of cover, tangled massive trees that have been blown down, essentially, where there's a lot of cover, and a wildcat can rest in that area and feel relatively secure, even though it's not a classic den site. That's still an important site in terms of the legal protection of these features as well. And they're also using brash piles within areas of clear fell as well. These are, sorry.
Thank you. Looking at the site itself, Clashindarroch 2 site, could we please get up CD 144? There's the reference right this time. 144, volume 3D, and it's figure right in a minute too. 93B. Right, that is the phase 1 habitat overview of the southern part of the forest, or southern part of the application site, but it's the area where all the turbines are proposed. Have I got the right figure?
Yes. All right. 9.3B, yes. Yeah.
And does that help you in responding to the point that Dr. O'Donoghue makes about uniformity of habitat, and taking into account what you said about where satellite tracking data and camera tracking data have actually found the worker?
Yes.
It's about this figure.
Yeah, so this is a phase 1 habitat survey map. It doesn't obviously tell the whole story, but I think it's useful just to illustrate in terms of the areas of clear fell within the application area, shown as areas with a small F in the middle, these polygons with a green boundary around them, and also along the riparian corridors along the valley bottoms. The areas of orange are neutral grassland or semi-improved neutral grassland and marshy grassland areas that they may well be using to hunt within, and also moving along the edge of as well. And so you can see there are large areas in that are hatched green, which is the plantation area. And a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it within the application area is at a thicket or pole stage. So it's fairly densely planted and with very little in the way of any ground vegetation. It provides cover for wildcats, certainly, but the likelihood is it doesn't provide particularly favourable foraging habitat for wildcat in comparison to these more open grassland areas and the clear fell areas where, following felling, there's a lot of brushes and grasses and support small mammal population.
Thank you. Is what you told the reporter in the last few minutes, and by reference also to figure 9.3b, also addressed in another document, CD 1312. CD 1312 is an article by Fernandez and others on local variations in rodent communities and spruce plantations. What do you want? So
this
very quickly, please.
Yeah, so this is a study from the north of England from the mid-90s, and if you turn to table 2 of the study, it includes a summary of the results that they found from small mammal trapping that they undertook in different types of or age class of forest within this conifer plantation from clear-fell sampling points. And in the top row, young restocked areas between 5 to 8 years old in the middle row, and then mature older 40 years old at the bottom row. If you look over to the right-hand side, under pooled, there are 3 figures there, and then 2 figures in parentheses. The 3 figures relate to the pooled number of different species of small mammals that were found by the trapping exercise that they undertook in these different age classes of plantation. And as you can see, for the young plantation, the 5 to 8 year old, there's a greater number and a greater diversity, which is the figure in parentheses to 88. There's a greater diversity of an abundance of small mammals in comparison to the plantation in the Clearfield area.
Can I just interrupt a second? My version of 1312 just has an abstract.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Tables.
We circulated the full article before the inquiry because we were aware it's a Wildcat Haven document. It came in just as an abstract. We circulated to you the full volume, the full article before the inquiry.
Not updated memory stick. My apologies. That's fine. I'll look for it. That's great.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. Thank you. I should have said that myself. My apologies. Is there anything else, bearing in mind the report hasn't got the full article in front here, you want to draw our attention to in this article before closing the point, Mr. Marshall?
Well, I think it generally illustrates the and supports the data that we found from the camera trapping and from the SWA satellite tracking data as well, as to potentially why wildcats are focused on these particular habitat types within vegetation, and it may be to do with the availability of prey.
Thank you. Turning to, we're getting to the end, we're glad here, to Dr. O'Donoghue's report at paragraph 7.1 on page 3. So that habitat quality again. And about halfway down, he says, indeed, the surveys carried out by NBEC found a range of other species, including mesopredators, such as pine marten, that will be reliant on the same types of prey as wildcat. And he refers to paragraphs in the ES concerning sightings of adult pine marten. And on page 4, underlined, the evidence indicates the survey area as a whole supports a good density of pine marten, far from indicating low quality habitat for wildcat with poor prey availability, etc., etc. So, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, no, I mean, there's a point to be made there in terms of a degree of overlap in diet between the 2 species, between pine marten and wildcat. But I think that the key point here really is that the evidence, the actual evidence from the camera trapping surveys that were carried out, which is again supported by the satellite tracking results as well, was that there was very infrequent presence. We recorded from the camera traps that were deployed. We recorded the presence of a neutered hybrid male wildcat at a couple of the camera trap locations. But generally speaking, the levels of activity appear to be low based on the camera trapping results. So there clearly are pine marten present as well, and they share a degree of overlap in diet. Pine marten are also capable of exploiting a wider range of food sources than wildcat are, and there are overlaps in their ecology, but there are also differences as well, which may explain why that was the case.
Thank you. Now, the scope of this session was strictly the baseline information upon which impact assessment is based. So although I'll turn on to 2 final points on impact assessment, I'm going to be very brief for that reason. In his inquiry report on pages 10 to 12, Dr. O'Donoghue discusses certain impact issues in a little detail. Now, rather than tell us your views at this stage on what he says, are the effects which he contends addressed in the EIA, I think it's in CD13, do we find some paragraph references there you can draw to the attention of the reporter?
Yeah, so there's a summary bullet point list of effects that were considered on pages 43, 44. This is paragraphs 9.149 to 152, and that's expanded on within the chapter, within the assessment. I think that the key point here is that these are potential effects, and Dr. Donoghue's quite correct in pointing them out in terms of increased risk of hybridization, habitat fragmentation, disturbance, displacement, etc., and the sensitivity of the species to those potential effects associated with the felling construction operation of the wind farm. But they have been considered in a more detailed way within the EAR, taking into account all of the baseline data that's available and all of the wider information that's available on wildcat ecology and behaviour and sensitivity to disturbance from construction work and from presence of people generally, etc. That's all drawn on in the assessment.
Thank you. I can just skip on to the issue of mitigation, where Mr. Woodfield, in his inquiry report, and we needn't go there, CD 1331, page 16, para 234. I think his basic contention is that all we are achieving is minimal legal compliance. I want you to respond to that, please.
Well, I don't accept that characterization of what's been proposed. The measures have been very carefully considered and discussed and agreed with NatureScot, with some input from SWA as well, and they address all of the potentially significant effects of the proposed development, and go beyond just what would be considered appropriate in terms of the legal protection afforded to wildcat. There are 2 documents that may be useful to give references for. Again, there might be time just now to go through it in detail, but there are 2 technical appendices to Chapter 9, 9.4, 9.5, the CD reference.
CD 152.
1.5.2. There's a outline species protection plan, pages 19 to 23, which sets out various measures proposed to safeguard wildcat during the felling construction operational phase of the proposed development, but also in terms of habitat creation and improvement for wildcat within Clashindarroch and outside Clashindarroch, which is expanded on within the outline habitat management plan report, which is technical annex 9.5. The applicant has also made other commitments in relation to supporting wildcat conservation measures within the WPA, the funding for which is has changed in recent years, and there's the opportunity to support the work that was undertaken previously by SWA in terms of and neutering feral cats and hybrid cats that are there and are affecting the genetic status of the population within Clashindarroch and causing hybridization. There's a whole range of measures that the applicant has proposed. I don't accept it's minimal legal compliance by.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bradshaw, you stay there, please. There may be some questions for you. That concludes the evidence in chief. Thank you very much.
Well, that's 11 o'clock, so although there are some questions I'm sure for you, but I think we should take a break, let everybody stretch their legs. I think just for 10 minutes though, so we'll start back at 5 past 11 and crack on with Ms Shaw's questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, ma'am.
Hello
Follow
there.
Donny. Hi.
Hi. Callum gave us an extra 5 minutes. You'll be glad to see. Gave us till 11:10. So I just let you have the extra 5 minutes. I think we're needing it. We're just waiting, I think, Mr. Bradshaw to reappear on the camera and Miss Shaw, and then we'll be good to go, I think.
Ma'am, just before, obviously I'm going to be giving my evidence in chief later. When I put my video on, the sound goes off. So are you happy for me to give my evidence without the video? Okay, I had to change device at the start of the session, you see.
Yes, was following that. We'll see how things go through the course of the event, but if we can do it with audio, I think that would be acceptable rather than have to reschedule till we got a different
Exactly.
So cross-examining somebody without being able to see their face in a virtual inquiry is very sub-ideal. So I would very much hope that we can have video as well as audio.
Okay, we'll persevere, and I think it'll be this afternoon before we're up to your evidence, I suspect. So maybe we could try again over the lunch break to see if we can get a better connection.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, hand over to Susan Shaw now for cross-examination questions of Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Bradshaw. I thought at the outset of cross-examination, I've obviously circulated the documents that I'm hoping to refer to this morning, but I thought it might be useful to try and see if we can agree some points of agreement just by way of starting. So we obviously don't yet have a formal statement of case, although that might emerge still, we're hopeful. But just to start off with those questions, I take it from what's been said that you accept that the Scottish wildcat is a very rare species of acute conservation concern and that it's formally critically endangered in Scotland and on the IUCN Red List, just as a yes or no.
I think I've made that clear already.
Okay, and do you understand that it's sensitive to human disturbance and in terms of not only avoiding turbine sites but also forest gaps which are created for the wind farm?
I think it's more complicated than that.
If you had to take a yes or no position, where do you currently stand on that?
I'm not going to give a yes or no.
Okay. Do you accept that the significance of Clashindarroch would be a matter of national importance as far as the wildcat's concerned?
We've assessed the Clashindarroch forest area and the population it supports to be of national importance.
Perfect. And in view of the critically low population, locally and nationally, impacts that alone or in combination compromise the viability of a single wildcat territory would comprise a significant effect?
I think it depends. Yeah, that needs to be considered in more detail. I don't think, again, you can't give a yes or no answer to that question.
Okay, and as far as the information which is now before inquiry, several different wildcats and or wildcat hybrids use the wind farm application site and have territories that are overlapping it.
Correct.
But the precise type, level and significance of such use is presently not fully understood.
It's understood to the extent that we can make a reasoned judgment. But there are uncertainties, there's no doubt, and that's made clear in the EIAR.
And the impacts on the Scottish wildcat are deemed sufficient and assessed by the applicant to be sufficient to require mitigation and compensation, including the development of forest corridors.
Correct.
And you've also stated that there's an absence of studies which specifically are about wildcat wind farm interactions.
Yes, that's right. There is very little information available out there. There is some information from monitoring studies that have been undertaken, particularly in Germany, which are available, but a rigorously scientific assessment of the issue, a full study of the potential effects of wind farms on wildcats hasn't been undertaken, as far as I'm aware of.
Thank you. And as a result, there are margins of uncertainty around the assessment. We'll come on to talk a little bit more about the degree and the nature of those in due course.
Correct.
And you talked in your evidence in chief about the complexity of the position with regards to hybrids. I thought that was quite helpful for the reporter to understand the contextual information which goes around wildcats. However, the position in relation to development control is quite a lot more straightforward, isn't it? That hybrids and wildcats both fall within the strict protection regime. And I know that this is a point that is subject of legal submissions, so it's not one on which a legal answer is being sought. It's merely to understand the technical basis of the EIA assessment that's been prepared.
That's correct.
And so I had thought that we were in the end reaching a position where it was being accepted that there were 5 to 6 territories that were being affected, but I think from your evidence in chief this morning, you're saying that your position remains 4 to 5.
That was the SWA assessment.
And the SWA assessment says that it would be at least 5 individuals, is that correct?
Between 4 to 5, I think, is what they've actually said. We can go back and have a look at the document if you want to.
Okay, we'll come back to it. So in a general sense, and other things being equal, would it be worse or better, in your view, in ecological terms, to place a wind farm on a bare hill with no wildcats rather than in a forest with wildcat presence, and bearing in mind its strictly endangered status?
Well, that's not the question that's in front of us today, and it's not what we had to consider for the EIA. It's a counterfactual that I don't think is relevant to the assessment.
But I'm asking for your position as an ecological expert.
Forgive me, I think it's far too broad a question to put to an ecologist.
Okay, we'll come back to it. So do you accept that the Scottish wildcat, moving on to the data and the uncertainties that are surrounding it, do you accept that the Scottish wildcat data is contextual information only in terms of what we've heard about the 2015 to 19 periods?
It's very important contextual information, and information that has informed the assessment.
But it is contextual information, and it's not information which was designed to conduct and support an EIA study.
Correct.
Thank you. So moving on from that, would you appreciate that the Scottish Wildcat Action data does not provide detailed knowledge of the type level and importance of the use of the application site by wildcats?
It provides some information which we've referred to and we've expanded on in terms of the baseline surveys that were carried out.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask Mr. Woodfield to explain it in more detail. So the approach then is non-precautionary. You've used, for example, mean territory size from one study with a low number of data points and ignored other established literature that indicates territory sizes can be as small as 2 to 3 kilometres squared or even 179 hectares.
We've used information that's relevant to the study area from individual hybrid wildcats that have been satellite tracked and studied in detail in Clashindarroch and the surrounding area. That's what seems to be the most relevant information to draw on.
So but if you were being precautionary, would you use the smaller end of the Kilshaw 2019 range or the smaller figure from all relevant Scottish literature, or try to do additional legwork to try and achieve a greater degree of certainty?
I think we have a reasonable degree of certainty based on the data that's available, and taking a precautionary approach does not mean that you use the most extreme and unrealistic levels of any figure. It's what you have to consider what's appropriate to the specific circumstances of the habitat type, condition, extent, and like I said, the detailed information that's available from the satellite tracking studies that have been done is the most appropriate information to refer to for this assessment.
Okay, thank you. I think that is an area where there is significant disagreement, but we will come back to it in the context of looking at what SWA have said itself about that data. So just moving on in terms of the applicable regime and guidance and setting the context of what we need to move through this morning. We also agree, obviously, that the 2017 regulations govern the environmental assessment. Can I take you to document 15.6, please, at page 14? Just bear with me, I'm just bringing it up as well.
Okay.
And I'm referring here to paragraph 320, which quotes Regulation 4.2 of the 2017 regulations. Can you kindly read out that paragraph down to from regulation to factors?
Regulation 4.2 of the 2017 regulations obliges the environmental impact assessment must identify, describe and assess in an appropriate manner the direct and indirect significant effects of the proposed development. In respect to specified factors, these factors include here inter alia biodiversity, in particular species and habitats, objective of the habitats and bird directives, included here as wildcat. Significant effects self-evidently includes impacts on the nationally important population of the critically endangered Scottish wildcat, including harm to the population presence. It is trite that this assessment must be made before the decision as to granting of development of consent, and the EI report itself must describe the likely significant effects of the development on the environment, measures envisaged in order to avoid likely significant harm, and any description of reasonable alternatives studied by the developer, as well as why those options have not been chosen, taking into account effects on the environment.
Thank you very much. And we can see there quite clearly the word avoid, which is stipulated. As an EIA practitioner, you're obviously extremely well versed in the avoid, mitigate, compensate hierarchy. Can I then take you to CD 6.19? Which is the guidelines for ecological impact assessment by the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. And we're going there to the paragraph which is referring to the need for a scientifically rigorous assessment. Just bear with me, I'll get you the reference. I think it's paragraph 1.23. Do you have that?
I can't see a 1.23.
I've only got 1.21.
Bear with me a second.
I'm looking at the wrong document, no? Or the CIEEM guidelines.
Yes. Apologies, the system's running a little slow here.
Well, the section 1 stops at 1.21.
Yes. Sorry, it's section 1.12. The words beginning scientifically rigorous and transparent approach. Can you just kindly read out paragraph 1.12 for us?
A scientifically rigorous and transparent approach to ECIA is essential. ECIA should be undertaken by qualified professionals with an appropriate level of experience in ecological survey and impact assessment where recommended by a relevant professional body such as SIEM.
Thank you. So moving on to another document which has been discussed today, which is the decision of the Berne Convention Standing Committee. I take you to that. It's document
Previously, that was
15.7.4. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I'm just sorry. If I've got it handy, I'm trying to be helpful.
That's perfect. Thank you. And can we just go to the findings of the convention of the standing committee within that document? If I just...
I'm sure, do you mean 15.7.4 or 15.7.3 for the findings?
It's the findings, yes, correct.
15.7.3, I think.
It's electronic page 19 of that document. And so just the very last part of that, can you just repeat for us the very last paragraph within the decision notice?
So this is under closed file number 2011/4.
2020-05 on page 19 of 15.7.3.
Okay. You want me to read the whole decision?
Just know the last paragraph of the decision.
As there is no clear breach of the convention, the complaint was dismissed. The Bureau supported the government strategy but urged the authorities to cooperate together with the complainant organisation and the IUCN SSC Cat Specialist Group in order to share expertise and elaborate joint action plans.
Thank you. And so can I take you to the guidelines under the Berne Convention, which are CD 15.7.50. This is the adopted guidelines of the Berne Convention on the wildcat, dated 1992.
Okay.
And at page 172 of the actual document number, I think it would be internal page 4. We can see that it provides various recommendations for the contracting parties, and we can also see, can't we, at paragraph 4, that it mentions the need to conserve, restore or create as appropriate ecological corridors for the wildcat and to avoid fragmentation of wildcat habitats by roads and other barriers.
It actually says populations.
And it also says at paragraph 6 about the need to evaluate the impact of new infrastructure developments on wildcat populations, bearing in mind that objective of conservation. Are these guidelines that you've seen previously? Is it something that had been discussed as part of the framing of EIA assessment?
I'm aware of the guidelines. It wasn't a particularly, it wasn't a document that was particularly focused on in terms of the preparatory work for the assessment. It focuses obviously on the relevant EIA regulations and guidelines, and also particularly because of the particular importance of this area for wildcat, obviously detailed discussions with NatureScot and Scottish Wildcat Action as well in terms of appropriate methodologies, particularly in relation to baseline surveys.
But it is correct that within the EIS you do mention the Berne Convention on a number of occasions, albeit not that document, and other legislative requirements, such as, for example, the 1994 Habitats Regulations.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. So just turning then to a couple of points of clarification from your inquiry report and your recognition. At paragraph 1.1, point 1 of your recognition, it refers there to your experience. And this is not a criticism, it's just to aid our understanding, but we found that this was not particularly transparent, and also your website was blank, so we weren't able to clarify it independently. So I'm just wondering if you can perhaps clarify these points for us. When you refer in the documents to experienced surveyors, who you refer to were marshalled specifically in surveying the wildcat, what was that experience specifically on wildcat?
Well, the experiences from a number of projects. I mean, as an ecologist that's been working in Scotland for over 20 years, and I was also born and brought up in Murray, not far from the site as well, and familiar, with the potential for wildcat in the area, and also have undertaken wildcat surveys a number of times in relation to development projects in the range of the wildcat in Scotland, in relation to other wind farm projects and overhead power line projects, both at EIA stage and also pre-construction, during construction, monitoring as well. And the surveyors who were involved in Clashindarroch 2 surveys were operating under my supervision, following the methodologies that we'd agreed, and in particular in relation to the camera trapping surveys that were carried out, following the same deployment protocol that SWA were undertaking with a team of volunteers that were trained in the placement of wildcat cameras, camera traps, and monitoring of those cameras.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to the point about the trapping protocols later. Were any of those individuals licence holders from SNH?
Yes, yeah.
And how much of the work did you do yourself?
Quite a large proportion of the work. In terms of the site work, I was on site fairly frequently. It was a small team who were involved that I was leading, and we were obviously there surveying for other species as well that potentially might be affected by the project, and not just wildcat. But I couldn't tell you exactly how many days and nights I spent on site, but I was there fairly frequently through the 2015 to 2019 during the baseline survey period.
Well, that's helpful just now, thank you. And can you just explain a bit about which elements you were directly involved in the field? Were you involved in the walkover, the camera trapping, the thermal imaging work, something else, all of the above?
All aspects.
And just a final point, again, by way of contextual information, what proportion roughly would you say of your work is industry driven on behalf of wind farm developers?
Well, it's a high proportion. I mean, our focus is on the development sector. Planning, EIA, is the majority of the work that we undertake.
Thank you very much. So just moving on to another topic, looking at the chronology. You've obviously explained to the inquiry your background involvement with Clashindarroch. That's set out within the ES Chapter 9. But just for the avoidance of any doubt in terms of the chronology, can you confirm the date you first became involved?
I can't give you an exact date. It would have been in 2015.
And that was in relation to Clashindarroch 2?
That's correct.
And what about Clashindarroch 1?
I had no involvement in Clashindarroch. And MBEC had no involvement, the consultancy had no involvement in that project.
And so you say at paragraph 2.1.3 that the statutory consultees were approached at, quote, an early stage in the project. When was this first discussed? And this is specifically to Clashindarroch 2 that reference is being made, obviously.
I'm sorry, I can't give you that off the top of my head. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I'd be guessing if I gave you a date.
And would you be able to give a year?
Well, it would be either 2015 or 2016.
Thank you. And do you know when the Clashindarroch 2 extension plans were first discussed?
Discussed with whom?
With the statutory agencies.
I don't have that information, I'm afraid.
So at paragraph 2.1.4, you say that following the data collation period and design process, an EIA was undertaken. Do you have paragraph 2.1.4 in front of you?
I do.
So turning back to the environmental statement, can you tell us, please, where in the ES, as part of the design process, you've specifically addressed the question of avoidance? And we are concerned for this question with the concept of avoidance. as opposed to mitigation and compensation. And bearing in mind what we've just heard in terms of alternative locations in the context of Schedule 4 of the 2017 regulations.
I'm not sure exactly where it might be set out in the EIR, but we were involved in the design process for the wind farm, and we collated information from desk study and site work that was available at the time, and made comment in relation to initial turbine layouts, and made recommendations in relation to areas where we had information on confirmed or suspected wildcat resting areas, and the wind farm layout was adjusted accordingly to that, as well as avoiding as much as possible the riparian corridors, which were a favoured movement route that wildcats were using within the area as well. And in addition to that, there was also discussion about the forestry felling proposals as well, and the need to minimise the amount of felling that was necessary for Clash 2, and taking an approach of keyholing, essentially, as it's referred to. So felling a smaller area just to accommodate the turbines and the access tracks, and where that's not possible, then replanting with trees up to a distance of, I think it was about 80 metres away from the turbines, just to ensure that there was that we weren't creating good edge habitat for bats near to the turbines, which might increase their risk of collision mortality from turbine strike.
Okay, so this was all site specific then. This was in relation to questions of turbine siting, the question as to whether this was an appropriate site for wind farm development in terms of avoidance wasn't considered, because we've looked at chapter 2 of the environmental statement, and certainly we're not able to find, when you do a key word search in that chapter, you get nothing.
Well, that wasn't part of our remit to consider that at that point in terms of the design process.
That wasn't part of your remit to consider that as part of the design process. Thank you. So then, just moving on to another topic in terms of the environmental statement itself, it's obviously been put to you by Mr. Woodfield in his evidence that the ES suffers from, in his professional opinion, various issues to do with imprecision and misapplication of terminology, particularly around, for example, compensation and mitigation, that it's important that these are understood as two separate issues. Can you please explain to the inquiry what you understand by compensation and what you understand by mitigation?
Well, there's a hierarchy, I think, as is referred to in Chapter 9. I mean, I don't know if it's worth looking at that, but it's set out within the ecology chapter in the EAR, that there's a well-recognised, understood mitigation hierarchy, of avoidance, reduction, and then also considering whether or not the compensation or further mitigation is appropriate, depending on the specific results of the assessment that's undertaken.
So, but it has been put to you that there is a confounding of mitigation and compensation and avoidance with mitigation. So, for example, the design embedded mitigation is not avoidance. It's trying to reduce the effects by design. Effects will occur, and planting woodland corridors off-site is not mitigation. It doesn't actually reduce the impact of the development, nor can it be because it can take years to develop. It is compensation, with no guarantee of success.
Yeah, I mean, I'd accept that in terms of the off-site planting, that could be viewed as compensation. In terms of avoidance, there is a need to consider the scale at which you're looking at constraints and ecological constraints and avoiding particularly important habitat sensitive features within the landscape. Wind farms are dispersed over a relatively large area. They, in terms of their built footprint, it's a relatively small proportion of the area that they might occupy. So avoidance is still a relevant consideration in terms of the design of an individual wind farm.
And so in this sense, how was it comprehensive in terms of efficacy? Because the residual certainty is still as low as 50%.
Well, the reason for that is, there are multiple reasons for that level of uncertainty that's applied to the assessment. It's a number of uncertainties that we are inevitably faced with this assessment in this case, and that's all set out, I think, quite clearly in Chapter 9, uncertainties in relation to the baseline, which we've been clear about, uncertainties in relation to the potential long-term effects of onshore wind farm development on wildcat because of the absence of detailed studies that have considered the issue. I think it would have been irresponsible not to have applied a relatively high degree of uncertainty to the conclusions of the assessment. But it's important to point out that is a position of balance of probabilities, that a significant effect will be avoided based on the fairly comprehensive range of mitigation that's been proposed to address the recognised uncertainties.
Okay, well, I mean, there is a big area of disagreement as to whether that compensation is comprehensive, but we'll come back to that as well with and we perhaps come back to this more broadly in evidence in chief with Mr. Woodfield. But just picking up on a point there, you singled out long-term effects in your answer to the last point. You've read the regulations for us, which also talk about short-term impacts. Can you explain to us why you've mentioned there specifically long-term effects, and also clarify what period you're referring to in this context?
Well, I mean, long-term obviously relates to the timescale for the operation of the development, which is 25 years usually is the typical time period. Sometimes it's longer for some wind farms. I can't remember exactly what it is for this one. But the short-term effects will obviously do relate to the felling and construction process and disturbance that's likely to occur during that process to a number of species, including potentially to wildcat. And
short-term impacts may, by their very nature, result in long-term impacts, i.e. through displacement.
They can. Well, certainly in terms of habitat change, that can be a longer-term effect. Disturbance in relation to wide-ranging species like wildcat that are occupying comparatively large territories in comparison to the areas that are being constructed on a wind farm and areas of felling to accommodate that construction work. Those are relatively small areas in comparison to a wildcat's territory. So there's a degree of the movement that can be expected in terms of wildcats potentially moving away from areas of disturbance.
Okay, well, we'll come back
using other parts of their territory. But there's still an impact there, but it's potentially a shorter term impact. There isn't a good evidence to suggest that wildcat will avoid a whole wind farm area during the operational phase. This assumption that we've had to consider in terms of the assessment because of the lack of detailed studies on this issue. But it's a complicated consideration because we've also got to take into account how wildcats are actually using the area, what the current baseline use of the proposed wind turbine areas are, and the wider wind farm, and other aspects of the proposed development in terms of borefits and compounds, etc. We've got to consider that on a finer level of detail before arriving at conclusions in terms of effect.
So, this is again an area of disagreement which we'll come back to with Dr. O'Donoghue and his evidence in chief. But just for the purposes of the moment, it's clear, isn't it, that significant effects, includes permanent and temporary positive and negative effects?
It may do.
In terms of the requirements of what the assessment should cover? Yes. Okay, perfect. So moving on then, you say at paragraph 3.4.1 that the potential effects which have all been considered in the environmental impact assessment, and you've restated that for us just now. Can you show me where perturbation effects from displacement and knock-on effects leading to risk of an extinction vortex have been considered?
Just bear with me a second.
Sure.
Initially, in terms of the list of potential effects, as I think we mentioned in evidence in chief, that if you go to e-page 43, paragraphs 9.149, there's reference there to displacement, potential displacement effects. There's also reference there to habitat fragmentation and effects on habitat connectivity, operational effects in the following paragraph in relation to displacement, changes in ranging behaviour, energetic costs, potential effects on survival and breeding productivity in relation to wildcat.
But not in terms of extinction vortex risks?
Well, extinction vortex is not specifically referenced in the EIA, but I don't find any evidence to suggest that that is a likely outcome, based on the certainly not based on the mitigated assessment, mitigated project, in terms of how it's been proposed in the species protection plan, for example, in terms of protecting wildcats and individual wildcats and wildcat dens and resting places prior to felling and construction, and during construction, and also during operation, and other measures that have been proposed to ensure that impacts on habitat suitability and habitat connectivity are minimised through the design of the felling and replanting plans. Extinction vortex is not a term that's referenced in it. I think in terms of, if you're talking about extinction at a local or national scale, is not what the assessment concludes.
Okay, so moving on into the issues again surrounding the baseline and the SW data, which you've touched on obviously as well in evidence in chief. Can I take you to CD 6.31, please, which is the study by Kilshaw and others, titled GPS radio tracking of wildcat hybrids and its use in conservation management in Scotland, preliminary results.
Okay.
And we're going to the paragraph which I think is at the first column, and moving on to the second column of the first page under the heading Current Project, where it's referring to GPS collars, E-OBS JMBH, and utilise the accelerometer informed GPS function.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's referring there to the fact that when the cats were active, GPS fixes were taken every 15 minutes and when inactive, i.e. resting, they were taken every 4 hours.
Yes.
And so this paper has been lodged by the applicant as part of its submissions. As a simple matter of fact, can you tell us if this methodology takes more readings when the animal is moving or stationary?
Well, as it says there, it's a innovation in the GPS collar technology to allow for longer battery life. So the accelerometer tells the device that the animal's inactive, and to save battery power, it doesn't then connect to the satellite, use up power.
But it's correct, isn't it, that it takes 16 times more reading during periods of movement than during periods of rest?
I couldn't tell you whether it's 16 times, but it certainly takes. Yeah, it's designed as a battery-saving feature, and to be recording location points when the animal's on the move.
But this means that by de facto it's balanced to provide an illusion of the use of open ground areas as opposed to resting sites, where fixes are taken much less frequently.
But by definition, the animal's not moving at that point. It is resting. So I don't know the detail of exactly how the technology works, but I'm assuming as soon as there is movement and the accelerometer detects that movement, then the GPS is turned back on again.
But it's only taking the readings every 15 minutes, though, isn't it?
This is what that's exactly what it says.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. We'll come back to this again with Dr. O'Donoghue. So it also talks about females with kittens moved den sites regularly, suggesting the current legislation is not as effective as it could be and a different approach might be needed to protect wildcats. Do you understand that statement? Can you explain to us what you understand from that statement?
Well, I just think as we've, this technology and the researchers that are deploying this technology in relation to wildcats in Scotland are expanding, the knowledge of the ecology of the species considerably with the data that's being generated and an interpretation of that data. And it's apparent from that information, and indeed in terms of some of the satellite tracking data that's been provided by SWA that we considered in the assessment, that wildcats are using a large number of resting stroke den sites. Not just females, but males are using, maybe using more than 10 locations within a core territory. And the point I think that's being made here is that they're also using features which aren't considered to be classic den sites. So they're using perhaps more features within in terms of the forestry plantation context, as I mentioned earlier, using brash piles and areas of windthrow, for example, which are not necessarily considered to be den sites in the classic sense, but are obviously of high importance to the individual and to how that species is using the forest, and need to be considered as such in terms of the legal protection.
I mean, 2 further points from this.
Is
this a peer-reviewed paper?
Sorry, I'm talking over you then.
Is this a peer-reviewed paper?
It's not.
But it does reinforce the importance of the precautionary principle, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, certainly in as much as identifying a wider range of features that wildcats might be using as resting sites, and for land managers, developers, ecologists, etc., to be aware of that, certainly.
So basically, it's an internal report, isn't it?
It's a proceedings. It's a public document. It's proceedings from an international conference. And as I said earlier, a lot of this data that's been collected as part of the SWA work is due to be published shortly and will be made publicly available via the NatureScot website.
I mean, this isn't a criticism. We appreciate it's a complex issue and we're all learning, but it shows just that, doesn't it? It shows that we're learning, and it shows very clearly that guidance note 35D, which is now 10 years old, is extremely out of date.
So you're referring to the FLS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's probably recognised by everyone that as we learn more about wildcats, and there's been a considerable expansion of knowledge and detail of knowledge of wildcat ecology over recent decades, that the guidance needs to be updated to reflect that. I think everyone would accept that.
Mm-hmm. And we don't need to turn to the document in detail just now, but from your knowledge of the Brighton-Moser 2019 report, it indicates this need for review, and it's a clear action point for the Wildcat Action Plan, which hasn't been progressed actually, but that's an aside.
Okay.
And it also shows that more effort could and should have been made to characterise the use of the application site for denning and breeding sites in particular, as opposed to just the reliance on the 35D guidance document.
Well, the reference to the 35D guidance is in relation to the outline species protection plan and methods that are summarised within that document in relation to pre-construction or pre-felling surveys for wildcat. And there's a separate stage to go through. If the proposed development gains consent, then there'll be a need to consult with NatureScot and with input from FLS as well, and others on the detailed process, the detailed methodology that be adopted, and it'll need to follow current best practice, which, as we all know, is an evolving concept. But it's important that that approach is refined and updated as necessary based on the information that's available.
But that process won't involve third parties and won't be subject to the same degree of scrutiny, correct?
Well, it's going to be. It will be part of the conditions of the proposed development. So it's a legally enforceable process. The applicant will, is happy to go through, but there'll be a legal backstop to it in terms of undertaking what's been committed to in the EIAR for all of the proposed mitigation measures and safeguarding measures for wildcat. Okay.
But this paper, the Kilshaw paper, also talks about landscape scale. Am I correct?
Sorry, can I just check which paper we're looking at now?
Sorry, this is CD 6.3.1 still, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you.
So landscape scale in relation to?
Protection, i.e. via SSSI designation of important sites.
Can you just point to where it says that in the document?
Let's see. Just bear with me. Sorry, in terms of den and resting sites.
So this is under den stroke rest sites on the page.
On the page 2, I think it's internal page 2.
Yeah, I don't know specifically to what they're referring to, but I suspect it's to do with the fact that there's. I mean, it's not a specific reference to designating areas as SSSIs for the protection of wildcat. Anyway, that's not what that's referring to.
Okay, we'll clarify that again with Mr. Woodfield and his evidence in chief. So in terms of the home range sizes, it's noting here that they were larger than previously reported for wild living cats in Scotland. Is that statement agreed, understood?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree then that it's an evolving picture of understanding in that situation? What would you do in terms of the precautionary principle? Why take a higher territory size, for example, as a basis for assessment then?
Well, it's not a case of choosing a higher territory size. It's just choosing an appropriate metric for that reflects the available data. And I think that, as you pointed out, in terms of the signing guidance, it's quite clearly stated that any assessment should be based on the best available current scientific evidence.
And so the study also notes that 4 female and 9 male hybrids were collared across 4 of the 5 priority areas: Morven, Strathpeffer, Strathbogie and Angus Glens. It also makes clear the study was undertaken for less than 12-month period, so it's a mean, I think, of around 237 days. The size is 4 females over 4 priority areas. Do you accept that that's an exceptionally small sample by any measure?
Well, no, as we've already been discussing, it's a very rare and an elusive species. But in terms of how these studies have added to what information was been available previously, it's a huge step forward in terms of the information that's come through from these studies, even though it's a relatively small number. I mean, it's maybe worth mentioning that there's a number of those individuals that have been successfully trapped and fitted with GPS collars within the Strathbogie wildcat priority area, including Clashindarroch.
But it is little more than guesswork based on selective reading of literature and doesn't really provide the robust confidence for decision making that's required here.
Well, it's not guesswork. I mean, this is empirical data that we're referring to. And there's a degree of interpretation of that information in terms of how you would define a home range versus a wider, a core home range versus a wider area. Except, there are different statistical methods and different assumptions to be made about that. But the underlying data is reliable empirical data.
And it is 50% reliability at best.
I don't know what that means in this context. I wouldn't suggest it's 50% reliable.
And it's important to note here, just as an aside point, that we need to protect wildcat habitat as well as the den sites. And you've mentioned that point, I think, now in your evidence in chief. So moving on then to the German paper and other studies. So this is document, CD 6.32, which is the other study that was lodged, Impacts of European Wildcat of Anthropogenic Interventions in Forest Habitats with particular reference to wind turbines. Do you have that document?
I do.
Thank you. Is this a peer-reviewed paper?
No.
No. Can you turn to e-page, internal page 5 for me, please? And can you just refer to the point within the conclusions about the construction phase? It's the bottom bullet point 4, starting hence. Can you read that for us, please?
Hence, the construction phase presents potential hazards that can lead to the killing of kittens in particular or the displacement of wildcats.
So the construction phase presents potential hazards that can lead to the killing of kittens and the displacement of wildcats. Thank you. Why has this findings of this report or internal document, whatever you want to call it, been cherry-picked by the applicant to suit its objectives?
Well, I don't think it's been cherry-picked. It's been presented because there's very little in the way of published information considering this issue, as we've discussed previously. So it's of value just in the absence of of any other published studies. And the issue of the risk to wildcats and kittens during the felling construction process is considered in the EIAR, and there are measures proposed to ensure that is a risk that's is avoided and needs to be avoided in terms of the legal protection of the species as a minimum in any case.
I think Dr. Donny makes the point quite clearly in his recognition and inquiry report that you can't displace a dead animal. So moving on to the issue about lure sticks and cortisol, can you help us to understand what the basis is in this paper?
For sure. Was that a commentary by you or was that a question?
It was a slide.
Sorry? Did you want Mr. Bradshaw to respond to that point about what you said, Mr. Donner, who said you can't replace a dead animal, or is it just your commentary?
No, I'm saying we'll come back to that point with Dr. O'Donoghue.
Just put questions, please.
Moving on to the point about lure sticks and cortisol, could you help us to understand what basis there is to know from this paper that lure stick sample was the same as the captured individual? Do you have a view on that?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you elaborate on that?
So they've used lure sticks to sample for here in assessing cortisol impact from the species.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand the impact of what cortisol would show in relation to, for example, stress of the species?
Yeah, it's indicative of stress. It's associated with, it's a hormone that's associated with stress.
So do you understand what basis there is to know from this paper how we know that the lure stick samples were the same as the captured individual? If not, it's just say.
I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do we know how many repeat samples there were for each individual from this paper?
I don't think it gives that information. It just gives the total number of samples.
Thank you very much. And does it compensate for the time of year?
There's very little information. There's a paragraph provided there which says that no correlation could be established between cortisol levels and the distance to the nearest wind turbine. Nor was there any correlation between cortisol levels and the number of wind turbines in the home range.
And just on a couple of broader issues, it also excludes factors over 2 kilometres away. Do you know why or what basis there is for that?
I don't know why they've chosen that particular distance, no.
And there are no pelage scores either, are there?
No, but I'm assuming the general assumption in this area in Germany, the population is less likely to be impacted by hybridisation, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, how do we know, though, that it wasn't a farm cat?
I can't answer that, I'm afraid.
Thank you. And the methodology underpinning this paper, I would note, is based on a paper by Hope and Simone, 2007. Do you know if that was a peer-reviewed paper?
I don't.
No, okay. So can you turn to CD 6.25, please, which is the Pinero paper, which looks at impacts of cortisol in the context of tourism. If you let me know when you're there.
Yep, I've got that open now.
Thank you. Was this a peer-reviewed paper?
It appears as though it is, yes.
Thank you. And what are you familiar with this paper?
Yes, well, in terms of the documents that have been submitted to the inquiry.
And it looks at fecal cortisol. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And do you know why fecal cortisol and hair cortisol would be different or should be preferred? Or have a position on that?
I don't.
Okay, I'll come back to that as well. So moving just again back to the survey data, It has been put to you, and I don't want to appear unduly cheeky in asking this question. It's genuinely put, but were people told not to find wildcats at Clashindarroch? Was that the point?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, can I take you to the Wildcat Haven letter of objection, which is CD 2.2.4.
Sorry, would you mind repeating the reference?
Apologies, it's CD 2.2.4. This is Wildcat Haven's original letter of objection dated the 28th of February 2020.
Okay.
Thank you. And at the end of that letter, we have an annex, which is an environmental information request from Forestry Land in Scotland.
Give us an electronic page number.
It's the very last page. And the details in this have been redacted, but I can tell you that it is from the species ecologist within Forestry Land in Scotland, and that the inquiry can confirm that through the unredacted documents which are lodged already. And can you just tell us what the species ecologist is saying at the bottom of that paragraph?
Sorry, which paragraph?
Well, it's from the last 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences from the bottom of the second last page. Beginning, today I met with Emma and Kerry. And this is dated 2016, which I understand from your earlier answers is after the point at which you were involved with Clashindarroch 2. And the species ecologist is saying there that we have no idea where den and resting sites are. And these are the people whose data you're relying on. Saying, today I met with Emma and Kerry, we all know we have wildcats in the Clashindarroch. We still have no idea where their den sites are, and we've not even started looking for resting places which are protected too. We need a better plan of managing them. Please, can we discuss? We manage the land, we just deflect back to SWA. They're saying...
Well, I mean, this is obviously an internal discussion within FLS in relation to their operations within Clash, and concerns presumably being raised by someone within FLS about ensuring that wildcat are safeguarded during forestry operations. It's as far as I'm aware, it's nothing to do with the wind farm per se. And in any case, I mean, we haven't simply relied on information from SWA as we've set out in evidence in chief. That information is important contextual information, and it's also identified potential resting sites.
If I remember correctly, you said that it's very important contextual information.
Yes, but I was just saying, sorry, that the satellite tracking data has identified resting sites that have been used by, in this case, a hybrid male wildcat, which has given, again, further insight into what types of the wildcats are using within the forest as resting sites. And that's been taken into consideration in terms of the baseline surveys that were completed, and will need to be taken into consideration in relation to the pre-construction, pre-felling surveys.
But this is data that's being relied on for the purposes of the development consent process.
So just before you go on, I just want a clarification. You know, obviously, email doesn't say that Scottish Wildcat Action doesn't know where the wildcat are. Is it not saying? Is this the forestry employee saying they don't know where the wildcats are? Is that?
It's the forestry ecologist, ma'am, who's working with SWA.
I've also got a question, if I may. Where is the unredacted version? Where is it before the inquiry?
It was lodged in an unredacted form, so the redactions in this document have been made by the DPA, obviously, I would imagine, for data protection purposes, for the names that are there.
Is there an unredacted version before the inquiry?
It was lodged in an unredacted form, yes.
That doesn't really answer my point is we're being asked to accept from Ms. Shaw that this document has been sent by somebody and to take her word for it. We don't have the unredacted version. I put down.
But it can be confirmed subsequently.
Bear with me, please. We do not accept what Ms. Shaw says unless we see the unredacted version to give it some more context. But we certainly haven't seen it.
It appears to be obviously where someone sourced the document that's then been made into the core document. I would hazard a guess that we must have the version with the email addresses in the, but in sharing hyperlinks, we'll have shared to the redacted version, which excludes the data protection sensitive. So I accept that as possibly something we can sort out. But I really was, my purpose in interrupting was just to resolve who it was that was saying these statements.
Well, we will certainly clarify that fully in our written submissions as well, if that's helpful to you, ma'am. But I can confirm that this document relates to statements by the Forestry Land in Scotland dedicated species ecologist.
But not Scottish Wildcat Action.
They're liaising with Scottish Wildcat Action. That's my understanding.
So can I intervene, ma'am, again? Want to be clear. This is apparently, and I'm not accepting it until I see an unredacted version, sent by somebody within FLS. Can I be just also check who it is sent to? But that's been redacted as well, isn't it?
It's an internal document obtained under environmental information that was sent to senior managers within Forestry Land in Scotland.
It's internal Forestry Land Scotland document.
And Kerry Kilshaw is obviously Scottish Wildcat Action, as I understand it.
Where's the reference to Kerry Kilshaw?
It's referred to in the document. Bear with me a second, I'm just going to see if I can get the unredacted version here for the avoidance of it.
Take care there. This is the document we have in front of the inquiry. I don't want anything read out from an unredacted version. I'm just trying to establish.
I would agree. If the redacted one is the one that's been chosen, we maybe should have known sooner that we had shared in it.
I think it's just been redacted for data protection reasons to take out the reference to names. Yeah.
Maybe should have corrected it. I think Mr. Trinick is correct. We don't really want to go looking at documents that we can't all at the same time. It might be something that we share later. I think perhaps it might be best to move on from this particular email because of uncertainty in terms of source.
That point's taken, and we'll come back to it. In terms of the application site characteristics that's been talked about, it's been put to you in the evidence that far from indicating low quality habitat for wildcat with poor prey availability, the presence of pine marten at good densities indicates optimum habitat for wildcat and a healthy population of prey species. And there's no data before the inquiry whatsoever to demonstrate low prey density.
There's no specific data on that, but we can draw some confidence, I think, again from we looked at the Fernandez paper earlier in terms of the general picture in relation to commercial forestry rotation and the waxing and waning of small mammal numbers relative to the age class of the felling stage, replanting stage, particularly young pre-thicket plantation areas supporting high abundance and diversity of small mammals. I think the general point is not that there's no prey availability, it's that there is higher prey availability certainly associated with that early stage post-felling pre-thicket in terms of plantation coops, and that's evidenced by the satellite tracking data, which has shown wildcats particularly favouring those areas in Clashindarroch. And presumably, we don't know for certain, but it's a reasonable assumption to make that that is probably on the basis of prey availability.
Okay, can you move to figure 9.9b within the technical appendixes, please? It's the one that's dated, titled Habitat Features Wildcat Pine Marten South.
Okay.
And can you just explain to us what you understand from that map?
Well, this again, I mean, it's drawing on the recent satellite tracking data and what that's shown in terms of how wildcats are using plantation areas in Strathbogie, WPA, and in Clashindarroch, and identifying areas of clearfell with brash piles that have been used by wildcats as den sites and are also used to some extent, certainly in parts of the forest, as foraging areas. Because of, again, as we discussed in terms of potential prey availability. So those areas are highlighted in purple. And then in blue, there are areas of wind throw, which again, based on the satellite tracking data, we know that wind throw areas are used as resting sites, providing cover, above ground cover for wildcats to use. And then there's
counting forestry other than wind throw and clearfell, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's discounting as habitat features forestry other than wind throw and clearfell.
Well, it's particularly focusing on den and resting site opportunities in particular. So that's what it's showing, and all the point locations relate to potential den sites, including the mammal hole, sets, badger sets, and fox earths, and also log stacks and other features like that may potentially be used. I think there has been evidence of wildcats using log stacks in the Angus Glen area, for example. Mm-hmm. So these are all potentially suitable features that have been identified.
But it discounts forestry other than wind throw and clearfell.
I wouldn't say it discounts it; it just emphasises the potential suitability of these areas. I mean, the majority of the rest of this area is forestry, as I've shown on the Phase 1 plan. The vast majority of the area comprises conifer plantation.
Okay. Can you please take up CD 1.6, which is I'm looking here to the photograph of which is labelled Ecological Desert, which has been submitted by Wildcat Haven. So it's CD 1. CD 6. Bear with me a second, go back to the list. Sorry, CD, I'm completely wrong, CD 13.6.1, photo number 1.
Is this, excuse me, covering email and photo?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's labelled Ecological Desert. Can you explain to us what this photograph shows?
Turbines within Clashindarroch 2 wind farm. Sorry, Clashindarroch 1. Did I say Clashindarroch 2? I meant Clashindarroch 1.
Yeah, it shows Clashindarroch 1, doesn't it? And do you think that this is suitable habitat for wildcat?
Well, we've recorded hybrid wildcats within the wind farm area during the baseline surveys. not necessarily near to the turbines, but along the riparian zones. So these are the smaller burns and valleys, if you like. That you can see one there just between where that person is standing and the nearest turbine, using those features on at least one occasion. The satellite tagged hybrid wildcats have also been recorded in the general area, though not necessarily within this open area. And I can understand the point being made that there's very little in the way of cover, obviously, for wildcat in this area, and it's one of the considerations for Clashindarroch 2, as I discussed earlier, was that the felling proposals would be of a different character for that project, and allowing retention of a lot more woodland, which could act as cover for wildcat within the application area for that proposal. It's also maybe worth pointing out that a lot of this area has been replanted in recent years as well. So, there's been quite a lot of broadleaf planting along the bank sides of the watercourses within the Flashman area.
Mm-hmm. Just with an eye to time, I'll come back to some of these points in further detail for the reporter's benefit, just flagging that just now in the evidence in chief with both Dr. O'Donoghue and Mr. Woodfield. Turning to then look a bit more at mitigation and compensation, you say in your recognition that there is substantive measures proposed to address potential operational effects and to support wildcat conservation measures in the wider WPA. This is simply not the case, is it?
Well, I wouldn't have written that if I didn't believe that was the case. So.
Well, can you help us to understand how it's the case at the moment? Because as we understand it, these mechanisms are not yet fully particularised to the inquiry and they're not yet shown to be deliverable.
Well, they are particularised and set out in some detail within the two documents we referred to in evidence in chief, the species protection plan and the habitat management plan. They're both in outline and need to be finalised, and there will need to be further discussion on that. And also in terms of the off-site proposals, there will need to be further discussion and agreement with landowners. But the principles of the proposals I feel, are sound. They've been agreed and discussed and considered to be appropriate by NatureScot, and they will form part of the conditions of the consent. So again, there will be a legal requirement for them to be delivered, as is the case with the other conditionable aspects of the project.
But the position of NatureScot, it's fair to say, in the January consultation, which is CD 2.7, is rather more opaque, is it not? Yes, CD 2.7.
What's that? Could you repeat your question? Sorry, I missed it.
I was saying that the position of NatureScot is rather more opaque in terms of the updated assessment provided in January 13th, which is lodged as CD 2.7.
My understanding of this letter was that there was a request placed by the DPEA for NatureScot to consider the evidence that had been submitted to the inquiry at that point, and they've responded in relation to the Wildcat Haven evidence, and it made a number of other points. It says nothing, and I don't think it was ever intended to say anything about the EIA or the proposed, the proposed mitigation measures.
But this is where we get into a slight loop, because in this application, you continually defer back to the position of SNH and SWA as a basis for which this inquiry can take comfort, whereas SNH is making it clear that it's a decision maker that needs to be satisfied. And we've just talked about the document, which is, albeit redacted in a different point of dispute at the moment, which is saying that SWA have no idea where den and resting sites are. So how can there be confidence?
I'm not sure that that's what that email actually says.
And
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt there because I wasn't comfortable with you making assumptions about what anybody knew from that email. And so I think you need to retract that particular train of thought.
I think it's maybe just important just to emphasise that we have Nature Scott's response to the application. They've not objected or raised any particular concerns in relation to ecology, including the potential effects on wildcat. This letter does not change that position, and it's not speaking to their position in that regard. It's on a different matter.
If you just bear with me, I'll find the document reference. There is another document which is lodged, if you just bear with me, I'll find the reference, which makes it clear that SNH would rarely object now. Must be under C. Sorry, just bear with me a moment, please. There we are. Yes, sorry, it's CD 15.7.12, just for the record to note that point. So moving on then to, sorry, yes.
You just had that as a commentary. You were talking about Nature Scott's objection. You went looking for a document and now you've moved on.
Okay.
Is that a commentary or have you got a question to put?
It was just a point of fact to note that document.
Well, ma'am, don't record it, please, because that hasn't come out. It's just been, an allusion has been made without any specifics at all. I don't know what to do with that.
Well, let's go to document 15.7.12 then. I was trying to deal with it quickly just in the interest of time, but I'm prepared to go through the document. So 15.7.12 is an email from Nature Scott officials, which is dated the 28th of November 2021. And it says, yes, we did not object on grounds of wildcat, but through our advice, we aimed to secure a range of positive conservation measures. Our role in planning and development is often misunderstood, and it is rare that we would object outright to a proposal.
That's the point you want us to take. Very well,
Yes.
I do with that submissions very happily.
Thank you. So Going back to the point about mitigation, can you just explain to us what your understanding is of the current trap neuter release, vaccinate release scheme since the change between Scottish wildcat and from Scottish Wildcat Action to Scottish Wildcat? Do those structures still exist?
I'm not sure in terms of structures, but I think in terms of what's actually being done on the ground, that has now ended. The funding period has ended for that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's our understanding as well. So the wildcat habitat corridors point, do you accept that wildlife habitat corridors will take many years, perhaps a decade or more, to become fully functional?
In terms of becoming scrub and young woodland, then inevitably that takes time. But the intention is to establish those areas, to do the detailed planting plans, and to implement those plans as soon as possible following consent. And that's not waiting until construction. Precisely because of the fact that it does take time for the benefits to accrue with that planting.
To be clear, we are obviously fully supportive of future corridors. That's not a criticism at all. It's just a point of fact in terms of understanding, does it mitigate now? Does it mitigate in 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some evidence. I'm afraid it's not necessarily something that's in front of the inquiry, so I don't know to what extent I can refer to it. But in terms of what has been done for wildcat, improving wildcat movement corridors in Germany, that there is some evidence that these areas are used relatively soon after they're established. I think particularly if they're fenced and you've got areas of rough grassland occurring, emerging because of the exclusion of sheep and cattle, etc., from fields, if it's fields that are being planted up, that there is some degree of cover that is created as a result of that relatively quickly. But in terms of more fully functioning areas of woodland and dense scrub, then that clearly does take time, and you are looking at the order of 10, 15 years for that to start to develop. But that's not to say that there isn't some value at an earlier stage in these types of measures.
I mean, I don't want to push you unduly on this. It's not from your perspective, it's because we're dealing with a critically endangered population, which my clients assert could be at risk of extinction from this development. So what happens to the wildcat population in the meantime? You've said that it could take 10 to 15 years to fully develop.
Well, I've said that it can take 10 to 15 years to fully develop, but not that it would not have some value in the interim.
And what is that value in the interim? Do we know? Is that before the inquiry?
No, it's not before the inquiry. As I said, it's a reference to some work that's been done in Germany, but I don't think that information is before the inquiry.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just quickly touching on the riparian zones issue. With regards to the assertions that have been made in your recognition and inquiry report about riparian zones, do you recognise that the amount of riparian habitat that would be needed to compensate for the loss of forestry is far in excess of what is available across the forest estate?
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to there exactly, but we're talking about very different habitat types. So for the most part, where the wind turbines would be sited is in areas of mature or thicket and pole stage conifer plantation. In relation to the riparian zones, the proposal there is to ensure that cover adjacent to riparian zones is retained, so that there's no that felling that's required for the wind farm is not so extensive that it removes cover adjacent to riparian areas, and those strips of bankside grassland and marshy grassland that we pointed out earlier, that they're not left exposed without any cover for wildcat near to them, so that they can be used as movement corridors and to some extent as foraging habitat as well.
And you mentioned there thicket and pole stage, but you don't differentiate between pre-thicket.
Well, I don't. In terms of the current situation, anyway, there are areas of pre-thicket, and those are the areas that have been between felling and replanting and the canopy closing of the young trees as they grow, where there's still a ground cover of grasses and sedges and rushes, etc., and there's suitable, particularly suitable habitat for small mammals. That type of habitat is present within the application area, but it's not the dominant habitat in terms of the forestry coops that would be affected by the construction of the wind farm.
But it is a loss of habitat.
There's habitat change, and there is habitat loss in relation to the construction of the wind farm, the built footprint of the wind farm, which I've said is primarily, at this point, it's primarily within areas of post-thicket pole and mature plantation. That may change because this is a commercial forest and these areas are subject to rotational felling, and the timing of that felling does not necessarily take into account, when the wind farm is going to be constructed. So that can change over time. But the direct habitat loss is to those types of age classes of plantation currently. There is then the need to consider disturbance and potential displacement over a wider area, which we have considered in the assessment, that may affect other habitats.
Okay. So just moving on to a slightly separate issue. We've talked about sorry.
Can I just interrupt you? I'm trying to get an idea. You're just moving on to something separate there. I'm conscious the witness has been answering questions for quite a while now. It's 20 to 1. Are we likely to finish before 1 with these questions, or do you still have quite a bit to do?
I'm getting towards the end of my questions, ma'am. There is a separate issue that it might be worth raising now, just to take your position on, which may influence timing. There was obviously a table which was lodged with Mr. Bradshaw's precognition, and this was a response to the earlier versions of the tables by Mr. Woodfield. Wildcat Haven has obviously not had a formal right of response to the detail which is contained within the precognition, because we retained, at that point, we hadn't had sight of that document and stuck to the 2,000 word limit. Will there be an opportunity for us to put forward at the end of the inquiry a kind of final position which kind of closes it off, with each side having had the opportunity to respond to each point? And it would be my submission that might be more helpful to have that detail laid out.
I'll stop you there just a minute. I did ask at the start if you had any other procedural matters you wanted to raise. I was trying to, these are meant to be raised before we kick off, so we can look at them. We did ask you about timing. Mr. Trinick was quite clear about the implications for timing. Yes, it's very difficult in the sense that the precognition was a means for Mr. Bradshaw to respond to something he hadn't seen. So there is not a continuum where people keep commenting forevermore into infinity. We'll have a think about that and perhaps after lunch, but I would like to see if we could get your evidence cross-examination finished by 1 if possible.
Okay.
But I'm conscious of Mr. Bradshaw's time here on camera, and it's important that we give him a break at regular intervals.
Well, I'm happy to sum up around 1 o'clock if that's preferable, and we'll come back to the other points in evidence in chief and I can deal with them that way.
Well, I will also have a position on that. I won't waste time now, but you haven't asked me for my view on that, and I will have a view.
I was hoping we could maybe discuss it when we're properly reconvening after lunch.
Yeah, that's fine.
It wasn't my intention to introduce particular matters just now. It was a timing question.
All right.
Okay. So just I was mentioning there about the references to artificial dens. Do you accept and are you aware of the science which shows that wildcats specifically avoid human structures?
Yes, I'm aware of that to some extent. There is evidence that they do use hay barns as well. But the artificial structures was, it's a range of potential options there, and it's open to, again, consideration of the best available science and evidence at the time that the SPP is being finalised and these measures are being put into practice as to what's appropriate.
Is it not the case that hybrids may use hay barns, but wildcats, pure wildcats, certainly wouldn't generally do so? There is a behavioural difference there, as I understand it. Well,
I'm not sure the evidence is particularly strong in that case in relation to Scotland.
Okay. But why would...
Ms. Shaw, if there's a point, you put a point very openly to Mr. Bradshaw. If you are going to refer to evidence in chief to support your point, you need to put that evidence to Mr. Bradshaw.
Just bear with me then. If I might frame it slightly differently then for the moment, what evidence is there from the applicant before inquiry that confidence can be taken that wildcats will use artificial dens, of which you've indicated that you would look to create around 10?
I think it's as a minimum. I'm not sure if it specifically refers to this in the document that you're referring to, but there is the potential for creation of similar features to what wildcats have been using within Clash and Gartley nearby as well, in terms of the brash pile areas, making those a bit more permanent. And there's various other options that could be considered in terms of creation of artificial dens. It doesn't necessarily need to be hay barns in particular, but it's all, again, open to consideration of the best available evidence and putting in place what's going to be most effective at the time that it requires to be implemented.
Okay, is it just really on one final point then, is just in terms of the survey work that's been done in the use of the cameras. Can you take us in the environmental statement to the figure that demonstrates the camera trapping, where that's been deployed? I think, let me just see, figure 9.10, I think it is, species camera location 2018-2019.
Okay.
How many of the cameras that were deployed were baited?
I think that's specified in the technical appendix. Am I okay just to go and refer to that?
Mm-hmm. I'm asking just for clarification as a percentage of the number of camera traps that were deployed, and of that, the number that were baited. I mean, in short, were all the camera traps that were deployed baited?
No. "39 baited camera trap locations." Oh no, sorry. Ignore that. Apologies. Yeah, sorry, 39. That's the figure. Of those of the camera wildlife camera locations, 39 were baited.
From how many? Sorry. I mean, it's clear they weren't all baited. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And in terms of the cameras themselves, were they all double camera traps or not?
Some of them were, some of them weren't. But I think in terms of the baited cameras, they typically weren't double cameras.
So the baited weren't, okay. And is it your understanding that it's best practice for cameras to be both baited and double camera trapped for a species which is as difficult to survey as this?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the circumstances, what the purpose of the camera trapping is, but certainly it's a well-established and effective method of surveying for the presence and also potentially estimating the density of wildcat to use baited cameras.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that basically concludes my questions for the moment. There are a number of detailed points which Mr. Woodfield has commented on in terms of the Appendix 1 to Mr. Bradshaw's precognition, but it'll take quite a considerable amount of time to go through those, and I don't think that's the best use of the inquiry time at the moment, so I think we're happy to leave it there for just now. Thank you very much for your assistance in answering the questions from myself. There may be more.
Thank you.
Right, well, it seems appropriate then we just stop at this point and break for lunch. When we come back, we might start at 1:45, if everybody's all right with that, rather than 2 o'clock. So I'm just conscious there's a lot of business to get through, but we do need to take a proper break. Virtual meetings are quite tiring for lots of reasons. So let's do 1:45, and we'll take 5 minutes just to look at how we should approach the question from the Shaw about the annex that Paul Bradshaw included with his precognition. And we'll just take a few minutes to decide if there is any process necessary with that, and parties can have a think about that over the lunch break. So we'll see you at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's 1:45. Well, it's actually 1:46 on the computer. Sorry about that. Delay in restarting. I decided that we would start off by discussing Susan Shaw's request regarding the handling of the extended annex attached to Paul Bradshaw's recognition. Susan, are you there just now? Oh, I assumed everybody was. Oh, there we are.
Right. Ma'am, before we get on to that, just in case something else happens with the email I've just received, Kirsty Smith and I have received an email from Susan Shaw attaching. We haven't opened the attachment, I can tell you, the unredacted version of that FLS email. I'm extremely unhappy about that. I think you'd already come to a view that you had this morning. It's been sent to Christopher Kennedy as well. So presumably he's going to send it on to you. But you know my views on that. It should not be admitted. And this email should certainly not have been sent.
I was going to come on to that as my second part of my preliminary matters before we started again. Okay, let's deal with the email first. Obviously, it did appear in my inbox over lunch as well. I haven't opened it, but I did see what its content was and that it was attempting to address the source of the redaction. But we are where we are with the core documents that are available, and perhaps it really should have been identified sooner that the core document version didn't include who the key participants were. So I think we have to leave it at that point just now. I don't see any merit in accepting it. I think we're quite right. We can't suddenly take evidence in the middle by email. It's not a viable way to carry out the business and the exchange of evidence. Unfortunately, Ms. Shaw, it is steps out with the procedural arrangement. They agree things in advance. I'm sorry you didn't spot that we'd redacted the information, but we are where we are.
I just wanted to clarify as a point of fact, so apologies for that if it isn't well received. We're obviously guided by you on that, but we do think it is prejudicial because the source of the redaction is not from my clients, and we perhaps should have ideally identified it sooner, but in the volume of documents, the redaction has gone beyond the just names. So that I can't say any more on it. Obviously, we take your position on that.
Well, I think that's where we have to leave it for today because it's inappropriate to step into it in the middle of the inquiry. And we can have a look. I think I might look at that and issue a ruling on it after the inquiry. I think that might be the best way to do it. And I can have a look at what's held in the records, which I don't have time to do just now. And I'll also seek some views regarding redaction matters with the DPA now, and we can decide what to do after that.
I mean, that's fully understood from our perspective. I would just add that from our perspective, it's a simple point of fact and that our written submissions cover the issue extensively as to the contents of that document. So I'm afraid we don't accept the point of prejudice that's being contended, but we obviously accept the ruling.
Yeah, okay. It's about timing, really, rather than the facts of the case, about where we are in the middle of the inquiry session. The second point, or my first point, was really to where we left off, where you made a request to address the annex attached to Paul Bradshaw's recognition. So maybe you could make that request a second time and we could deal with it properly in the right context of where we are in the inquiry.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be heard on that point again. I think we were just seeking to make the point in terms of time that there is obviously a huge amount of technical information that's contained in some of those annexes and documents. And my submission to the inquiry is that it's not the best use of time to go through those point by point. It was more a question in terms of procedure as to whether Wildcat Haven would be permitted an opportunity to respond very shortly to that. If it was wanted to be a short response, we could certainly keep it to being a very clear response as to whether the point was accepted or not. I mean, obviously, alternatively, we will be able to address the issues that are raised as part of closing submissions as required. But it's just a point of helpfulness to yourself, ma'am, what you would prefer the approach that's taken. because obviously the applicant will have the last word in terms of our closing submissions.
Okay, so I get from that your request is to swap a line of questioning for the opportunity to make written submissions. Mr. Trinnick, what is your response to that?
Happy agreement.
You would agree to that approach?
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly cuts short my cross-examination of Mr. Woodfield, but considerably and markedly so far as the timing of today is concerned. What I would ask is that when Wildcat Haven put in their response to Mr. Bradshaw's Appendix 1, that we do have the right of final reply as part of those submissions, not deal with it in closing submissions. So you then have the full set of written submissions, with the applicant having the right of final reply, and closing submissions separately. But I think Susan Shaw's it's a very useful suggestion. I agree with it.
Right, so we'll just double check what that process is then. So Susan Shaw is going to provide the sort of points that she would have wished to have drawn out through questioning. By what timescale would be feasible for that?
I mean, we can do that relatively quickly. I mean, we've done the analysis obviously already in advance of today. It's just a question of working with our ecologist expert to package it up. So we're in your hands. I think we would want to do it obviously before written submissions. So perhaps would a week be acceptable?
So that's we'll say next Friday. Mr. Trinnick, would you wish to comment separately on that or then just tidy that up into the closing submissions?
I think you do it separately because that gives Susan Shaw a chance to deal with the matter finally in closing submissions. We can wrap it up. In terms of timing, Mr. Bradshaw's sitting looking at us. I don't know if he's going on holiday next week or the week after. Do you have commitments that would prevent you from replying to Wildcat Haven the week after, or 2 weeks after the reply? You're on mute.
Sorry, no, that's absolutely fine.
There we are.
So we'll do Friday and then the following Friday. Good. For that particular issue. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. That's a beneficial for today's plans. Now, I'm taking from that then that Ms. Shaw had finished her questioning, her cross-examination of Mr. Bradshaw. That left me with an opportunity to ask some questions. I do have 2 or 3 things. I will be as brief as possible. I want to take you first to Chapter 9 of the EIAR, that's CD 1.3. And I want to ask a few questions regarding the way that you've assessed effects, Mr. Bradshaw. And if at 3 points in your assessment of effects, at paragraph 9182, and then again at 9198, and then 9214, and you're finding on significance in regard to broadly habitat loss, then mortality risk, and then disturbance or displacement risk. I just noticed a difference in that when you sum up in paragraph 9182, you don't use a phrase where you balance out the national importance of the species involved, but you do so at 9198 and then 9214 on the other 2 effects, the effects of mortality and displacement disturbance. Are you able to give me an idea of why the national species isn't part of your balancing of the effect in paragraph 9182? You're on mute, Mr. Bradshaw.
Apologies, sorry, I've done it again. I think it may just be just a case of the wording there rather than it not being considered in terms of the overall assessment of significance. So I'm looking at 9.182. Sorry, could you just remind me what was the other paragraph that you were comparing?
Sorry, I rattled through, apologies. 9198 and then 9214.
Yeah, I think this is just a case of the expanding on summarising, I suppose, essentially the process of considering sensitivity and effect magnitude in relation to significance. It's just expanded on in relation to that particular paragraph, and it wasn't expanded on in the first paragraph, but was still taken into consideration. So the national the assessment of national sensitivity in relation to wildcat was considered in all cases, but it just wasn't specifically spelled out in that earlier paragraph.
I just wasn't sure if there was a subtle difference in terms of the way you were testing the habitat loss.
No,
but you're not. That's fine. And I've got two other questions, this time on the technical appendix 9.5, the outline habitat management plan. That's found at CD 1.5 and then 1.52.
Okay, Mum, I have that in front of me now.
Yeah. Now, I'm looking really at mitigation questions. And when you go to paragraphs 254, this is on electronic page 11.
Two five four,
and then again in paragraph 256, you make a phrase about investigating feasibility or discussing the viability or developing these ideas, these mitigation measures further, and that you were going to do so prior to, use a phrase, prior to planning determination for the proposed development. Now, you were asked a question from Ms. Shaw about where you were with the investigation of these two measures. One is funding the Wildcat Project Officer post, and the other is the TNVR programme. Has there been anything? Is there any evidence that could have been submitted regarding these items? And what did you mean by prior to planning determination?
I think, yeah, that was the intention, and with the obvious benefit of these measures being put in place as soon as possible after, should the proposal receive consent, that they would be in place and will be providing some benefit before construction starts. I think there have been issues with COVID, I think, in particular, impacting the process in relation to the habitat management plan. In relation to the TNVR proposals and the WPO proposals, those still stand, and the intention is still to move forward with those, and ideally, again, before determination, if that's still feasible, is my understanding. In terms of the habitat management plan and the proposed off-site planting proposals, there has been some initial contact with landowners within the proposed planting corridors, and a planting plan at a feasibility level of detail, not a fully detailed planting proposal, but identifying areas that are suitable for planting in the corridors has been developed, and there has been some consultation with SWA on that.
But obviously it wasn't something you felt you're able to share at this stage in the inquiry.
It's not, no.
Right, okay. I understand that. I just wanted to know whether there had been progress. And again, this is perhaps just, and I'm taking the chance to ask a question, but it's really kind of leading into the hearing session that we'll be having on conditions. But it's just your technical appendices, you don't need to go to them particularly, separate out outline species protection plans and a separate outline habitat management plan. There is is it your preference that these should always be sort of self-contained documents referring to each particular species, and then a separate habitat management plan? You weren't considering amalgamating them all into one environmental document?
I don't have a strong opinion on that, but it is fairly common practice now for outline habitat management plans to be a technical appendix in relation to onshore wind farm EIA, and the outline species protection plan, I think, was particularly relevant, obviously, in this case because of the sensitivities in relation to wildcat, but there are obviously other protected species present, and that primarily relates to the safeguarding of protected species and ensuring that the the legal requirements in terms of their protection are adhered to in a best practice manner is the primary reason for the SPP, although it does also cover operational effects as well and associated measures. But there's no particular reason why they have to be two separate documents.
Right, okay. And then just very briefly, my understanding of the purpose of the outline habitat management plan, which you do have open in front of you at paragraph 1.1, is that it is entirely related to wildcat matters. I use that broad phrase.
It is, yes.
And so there really, as far as you're aware, there's no other requirement for other ecological purposes to have a habitat management plan covering some other mitigation measure unrelated to wildcat.
Yeah, that's a good question, but no, I mean it is very much focused on wildcat. There are other measures that are referred to in the EAR in relation to protection of bats, for example, and it's not so much habitat management rather than forestry management, felling and replanting proposals, and ensuring that there's a large enough setback of the forest edge from the blade tips for each of the turbines.
No, that's fine. It's just obviously I wasn't expecting you to be present at the hearing on conditions, and the terminology of that condition is something that's not been resolved between the applicants. So I just wanted to hear your view on how the two related to one another, the species protection plan and the habitat management plan. So that's the end of my questions. I can pass back to Mr. Trinick if he has any re-examination he wants to raise.
Thank you, Madam. Just one or two points. Sorry, one or two. Mr. Bradshaw, you were being cross-examined by Stephen Shaw, especially for CD 631, which is the GPS radio tracking of wildcat hybrids document. Remember that. And the Shaw discussed home range sizes with you.
Yes.
And you confirmed an answer to a question that you felt the data were reliable. She made a point about 50% reliability. And as far as I'm concerned, that was left a bit hanging in the air. Is there any reference in this document to the percentage reliability of the home range size data?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure if he was referring to, there are different methodologies for estimating home range size based on this type of data that can include reference to percentages, but I don't think that's what Ms. Shaw was referring to. So I'm not sure exactly.
All right, thank you for that. In terms of the TNVR, the Trap, Neuter, Vaccinate, Released programme, I'm going to ask you to get out the document referred to by the reporter, CD 152, Technical Appendix 9.5, the Outline Habitat Management Plan.
Okay.
Now, we know that the current funding ended in, I think, 2020, was it?
I think that's correct.
Yeah, so there's that funding. Do we see on internal page 7 of 9 a proposal to fund a TNVR programme?
Yes.
That's going to be within the Strathbogie WPA.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My third and final point, sorry, man, I don't normally do re-examination of reporters' points. It's not really a re-examination. Looking ahead to the conditions session, you gave an answer on the content of the habitat management plan. I guess I'm really helping the reporter here by saying, if you look at condition 24, actually the habitat management plan will go wider when submitted for approval than wildcat. And we'll come to that in the condition session. So it's not really a re-examination point, it's just to assist you in looking at it for that session. Thank you, ma'am. Those are my questions in re-examination.
Right, well, Mr. Bradshaw, you can relax now and we can go over to Susan Shaw, who's going to read her first witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have 5 minutes to enable Mr. Bradshaw to come change rooms and come sit next to me.
Yes, yeah, we'll just stay online. I think we'll take a formal break. Just give him a few moments to.
Thank you.
Fine.
He's now in the room with me.
Oh, that's fine. That's great. Handle.
Very much. I'm obviously calling Mr. Dominic Woodfield, who is our specialist species ecologist. Obviously, you've already introduced yourself to the inquiry, Mr. Woodfield, in your IR, and you've provided extensive details of your EIA experience, having undertaken more than 1,000 impact assessments. So I don't propose to take up time reappraising your expertise. Obviously, your recognition has been taken as read, and your inquiry report CD 13.3 is also outlining your extant concerns. Back.
Did I lose you for a second there? Hello?
I think that's it now. I think we just had some feedback interference from somewhere. So I was just saying your recognition at CD 13.15 has of course been taken as read, and your inquiry report, which is CD 13.3, is also before inquiry outlining your extant concerns. There are just a few points, however, where we thought it would be beneficial to take the inquiry through the concerns you've outlined so that these are fully elucidated, and also address some points which have arisen in the course of Mr. Bradshaw's evidence to inquiry. So I would just ask you first if you could take up CD 13.3, which is particularly the figures appended there to figures 1 to 4, which is the maps that you have prepared as part of your inquiry report. If you let me know when you're there. You have those?
I'm there. Are you there, Mum? Oh, you're on mute.
So can you take the inquiry through each of those figures for us, please, and explain what they demonstrate in your opinion? And the author of them.
Okay, thank you. So, as you were aware, Mum, we had some trouble getting the SWA data set out of the applicant. We first requested it in January 2020, I believe, because obviously without that data, it was very difficult for us to come to an independent understanding of the conclusions of the environmental statements and the extent to which the SWA data was being relied upon as a data set that was ancillary to the EIA purpose, a project that was effectively going on in parallel and focused on a different part of the forest. So we requested the data set, and that took the best part of 2 years to obtain from the applicant. for reasons which aren't entirely clear. But shortly before the inquiry, it was released in a heavily redacted form, as you were aware. There was an opportunity. I noticed Mr. Bradshaw said earlier on that the full data set was available, that it wasn't available to be released, but there was clearly a breakthrough there, because an opportunity was presented for myself and myself alone, not my client Wildcat Haven and not Ms. Shaw, to have access to that full data set under a pretty onerous non-disclosure agreement. Again, failed to quite understand the reasons for that, but once we looked at the redacted data set, we
Sorry, to intervene here. The purpose of oral examination in chief is not to rehearse what has already been said in evidence. It's to very specifically counter points made in the evidence of Mr. Bradshaw in this case, not to gild what you've already said. It's going to take a lot of time if we adopt this approach, and I'd ask you to be quite firm on this.
Yes, I was listening to the preamble. I was hoping he was going to come to discussing the maps a bit quicker.
yeah,
So
yeah, okay.
the question that Ms. Shaw put to you was you could learn from the maps that you produced.
Yeah, so we, in order to actually interpret the data in its redacted form, and I think Mr. Bradshaw said that these maps were helpful, and I'm sure you probably find them helpful too, Mum. We plotted these tetrad level records onto these aerial maps in order to understand where the SWA data related to, and obviously, as you can see, if you look at the individual figures, it effectively demonstrates that wildcat records are distributed throughout the whole of the Clashindarroch forest unit, including the application site. There does not seem to be a distinct bias towards one part of the forest against another. And there seemed to be a particular focus of survey effort in the core part of the forest to the southeast of the application site. But there was no clear distinction being indicated there that the application site was in some way much poorer than the rest of the forest, which kind of goes against the contention that's set out in the environmental statement.
And just moving on to the next point, obviously we've heard from Mr. Bradshaw in terms of Technical Appendix 3.2, which is the forestry design plan, and in particular figure 3.2.2. Can you take those up, please, and tell us what you would like to take the inquiry in relation to these documents?
Just let me know by a nod, Mum, when you're there. I know it takes a bit of time sifting through these documents.
It was really to get the core document reference for this one, as opposed to the EIA reference.
I believe it is the forestry plan, which is
CD 1.5.1, I think, Mum. And it's Technical Appendix 3.2.
Part 1 or 2?
Part 1.
Right, thank you. That's great.
And at the back end of that document, Mum, is a drawing, 2 drawings, and it's the more colourful, the last of those 2. Figure 3.2.2.
Yep.
Okay, so it is essentially the same point, Mum, that when you actually look at the age class structure of the application site, as compared with the rest of the Clashindarroch, there is no immediately discernible difference in terms of what you're looking at is a fairly diverse age structure of commercial forest, lots of different age classes. There are some age classes that the applicant contends are of lower value for wildcat, although the applicant does seem to get a little bit confused about what's pole stage and what's thicket stage, and the relative merits of those age classes. But you can certainly see there that there is no immediately discernible difference to suggest that the application site is of any less habitat quality than the other parts of the Clashindarroch, which have have been the focus of the SWA data set and where a lot of the records have originated from. And in particular, the northern part of the application site, it's still unclear, because we don't have access to the SWA data set, the extent to which that was actually surveyed by any party. And we know it wasn't surveyed particularly thoroughly by the applicant, because that's clear on its face from the habitat survey figures and the protected species survey figures. They were very limited to core zones around proposed infrastructure. So there is every chance that there are wildcat territories in that northern part of the application site that have not been picked up by any of the survey programs. But because obviously without sight of the full SWA data set, knowing where they had camera traps and what have you, there's a bit of uncertainty there. But certainly the forest structure looks perfectly capable of supporting just as many wildcats as the area to the southeast of the application site.
Thank you. And moving on, could I ask you now to please take up the ECIA guidelines, which were referred to this morning, which is CD 6.19. And obviously it has been discussed that there will be an opportunity for you to fully respond to the many points of detail arising from Mr. Bradshaw's precognition appendix. But could you briefly just explain to the inquiry the issues that continue to arise in your view in relation to the ECIA guidelines when reviewing the applicant's ES, and whether what you have heard this morning has changed your position?
Yes, I'd just like to take you, ma'am, to a few paragraphs within this document to just demonstrate that regardless of the answers that you heard earlier today, there are still some significant departures from the best practice guidance that have not been explained and potentially don't seem to have an answer at all. So if we start with paragraph 1.12, which is on electronic page 11, I think you were taken to this paragraph earlier about a scientifically rigorous and transparent approach to ecological impact assessment is essential. Well, we've touched on transparency. We've touched on the fact that we're still prejudiced by not having access to the SWA data set, which is heavily relied on by the applicant in lieu of what we would call an adequate level of survey of its own. So that limits understanding to both ourselves and to the wider public. Ms. Shaw questioned Mr. Bradshaw about the qualifications of the people involved in the surveys. There was mention of a team, but we don't know any more detail about that team, and we can't get that information from the MBEC website, so we don't know the level of expertise applied to a particularly difficult species to survey. And there's a limited number of people in the country who are highly experienced at surveying wildcat, and it's interesting that none of those names seem to crop up. So if we move on to perhaps the next one would probably be page 5 of the documents, are actually going backwards. That doesn't seem right, so I've lost my place a little bit. Paragraph 2.23, shall we go to? 2.23, which is on electronic page 25. This is a point about cumulative impact assessment. The environmental statement says that the cumulative assessment was drawn in terms of catchment level. So the only cumulative project that was considered in conjunction with Clashindarroch 2 was the operational Clashindarroch 1. However, when you're dealing with impacts on a population that's nationally important and is down to a very restricted number of individuals, it would be normal practice to cast your cumulative impact assessment net much wider, so that you were, for example, looking at whether there were any other wind farm proposals affecting other wildcat priority areas or other known populations that may also be in a similarly parlous state on the verge of extinction. So I think there is a failure there to actually define the scope of the cumulative impact assessment correctly in terms of the particular sensitivity and importance of the species and the geographic frame of reference at which it's correctly identified, which is national. Paragraph 3.13. This is on electronic page 29. This concerns clear and transparent disclosure of limitations, such as information access or seasonal constraints, in accordance with the British standard. And what it says here, which I think is significant, is where there are limitations and where there is uncertainty, additional surveys should be seriously considered in order to improve those uncertainties or overcome those limitations. And I think it is a bit of an omission that the applicant has not taken the opportunity over the last 2 years to try and carry out additional survey work to try and get a better handle on the extent to which wildcat uses the application site, the number of territories that we might be dealing with, whether there are den sites there, how important those areas of territory are to individual wildcats, and all of these fundamental matters that would actually inform a robust impact assessment. And we are still left with a very, very large element of guesswork and a residual level of uncertainty about the confidence in the impact assessment that is potentially, on the applicant's own admission, as low as 50%. When you're dealing with a species that's right on the brink of extinction as an independent entity, then I don't think that's a justifiable level of risk to be taken. So again, the question kind of begs itself, and this question also begs itself in relation to the point you just made, Ma'am, about improved certainty of delivery of the mitigation and compensation. What has the applicant been doing for the last 2 years, considering it knew we had significant concerns about the adequacy of the data set, about the certainty of delivery of the mitigation and compensation and its potential efficacy, and yet there's been no move to address any of those matters, it seems to me, or at least there is no evidence in front of you that there's been any move to address those matters. As far as I'm aware, Scottish Wildcat Action have not even been asked for them or recent data. So just to move on to paragraph 5.19. Again, it's back with the cumulative impact assessment point. This is electronic page 41. Cumulative effects are particularly important in ecological impact assessment, as ecological features may already be exposed to background levels of threat or pressure and may be close to critical thresholds where further impact could cause irreversible decline. Well, there could hardly be a better example of that type of scenario than the situation facing the Scottish wildcat, not just at the Clashindarroch, but in all of its residual populations across Scotland. So in that context, I, as an environmental impact assessment practitioner, would have expected the cumulative impact assessment to have considered much, much more than just the adjacent wind farm. If I can then go on to paragraph 5.35, sorry, which is at page 44, electronic page 44. And this is a crucial paragraph as well, because the applicant claims that it has adopted the precautionary principle, and yet the evidence is anything but. And I'll just make the point here quickly, Ma'am, that you heard an awful lot this morning, a long discussion about hybridization. The applicant seems to contend at one and the same time that the hybridization problem has not influenced its thinking about the importance of the wildcat population at the Clashindarroch. And yet we spent an awful lot of time this morning discussing, in a way that I found difficult not to assume was an attempt to dumb down the population at the Clashindarroch, An awful lot of discussion over whether wildcats are really wildcats, whether the species is functionally extinct. Well, the applicant has already accepted that those matters should be immaterial to the environmental impact assessment if it is adopting the precautionary principle. But the precautionary principle clearly also goes beyond that, and it galvanises the point that I just made about what has the applicant been doing for the last 2 years. The evaluation of significant effects should always be based on the best available scientific evidence, and you'll hear from Dr. O'Donoghue about whether the best available scientific evidence has really been used in this case. But crucially, the next sentence, if sufficient information is not available, further survey or additional research may be required. Well, we've got a huge measure of uncertainty about how many wildcats we're dealing with, where they are, whether there are den sites affected, to what extent the territory is important to them, how much it's going to be affected, whether there'll be displacement. All of these uncertainties, potentially by the applicant's own admission, up to 50% level of uncertainty. And it had a clear opportunity post-2020 when Wildcat Haven's vehement objections were first flagged, and when I first flagged to direct to Vattenfall and to Mr. Bradshaw that there were clear deficiencies with the EIA. They've had 2 years to remedy those deficiencies, or at least attempt to remedy them. I'm not pretending that wildcat is an easy species to survey, but they could have spent the last 2 years trying to improve the certainty, and that hasn't happened. And so that is clearly goes against the principle of the precautionary principle, where it's in cases of reasonable doubt, where it is not possible to robustly justify a conclusion of no significant effect, a significant effect should be assumed. Again, we are exactly in that situation. Where uncertainty exists, it must be acknowledged in the ecological impact assessment. Well, to be fair, they have acknowledged uncertainty, and it is significant uncertainty. It's potentially up to a 50% evens chance of severe, nationally significant impacts occurring that potentially could drive a species over the brink into extinction. For the sake of a wind farm, which generates less than 0.1% of Scotland's national generation capacity in any given year, based on the available statistics that I've seen. So you've got possibly no more than a local or regional generation contribution balanced against a nationally significant biodiversity impact.
I'm just going to be careful with your evidence, obviously, because your evidence is really about ecology and the balance.
Of course, yeah.
Effects are for the ministers in their final.
Of course, yeah. No, I'm aware that I'm straying there, but I think it's a point worth making. And then 6.2 to 6.10, which starts on page 46. Here we have the mitigation hierarchy. Well, you've heard a bit about the mitigation hierarchy already. There seems to be some real confusion in Mr. Bradshaw's mind and in the applicant's mind as to what the mitigation hierarchy is, because we have clear...
Sorry again, but this is not proper evidence in chief orally, which is supposed to specifically respond to points made by the applicant in evidence. This is simply gilding the evidence which is already in Mr. Whitfield's report and in his recognition and in the objection of Wildcat Haven. And the opportunity has been taken to trawl through one of the documents already before the inquiry in order to remake points already made. We could be here a very long time doing this.
No, you won't be here a very long time, Mr. Trinnick, because I've got one more question on this document.
The advocate, when he's speaking. This is not the proper use of oral examination in chief.
Ma'am, if I might add to that before you take a position on it, obviously the ECI guidelines were discussed in length this morning. They're the fundamental basis of the ecological assessment that has been prepared by the applicant. This interjection is simply, I would submit, a cynical attempt to prevent Mr. Whitfield from fully making the points that he needs to draw out in order for us to deal with the points subsequently in his evidence in chief. So I would request that there is a little bit of latitude that is allowed, and we'll make the point to keep it short and move forward.
I think if you have followed Mr. Trinnick's style of questioning, you'll see that what he is keep within the bounds of being quite focused in the points you wish to make.
We note that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'm almost there with this document in any event. So, if I can just continue on the mitigation hierarchy. So, yes, we have some confounding between what's avoidance, what's mitigation. You heard the answers to the questions earlier. There is nothing in the environmental statement that actually suggests that there was ever consideration of an alternative site, just consideration of different layout configurations with no thought given to the impact on wildcat at that stage. That's a failure to follow the mitigation hierarchy. There is also this problem of confusing mitigation with compensation. In fact, the only mitigation that's proposed here pretty much is searching for den sites and complying with guidance note 35D. Everything else is compensation, which is, as Ms. Shaw pointed out in a question to Mr. Bradshaw, compensation is very different because it allows the impact to happen and then tries to compensate for it. It doesn't avoid or reduce that impact. So again, despite what I've heard this morning, I still contend that there are significant failures to follow the mitigation hierarchy. And then that goes on to the final point, which is soundness of the whole process. And that is dealt with in the document at 7.5, which is at page 51, final point on this. Soundness of technical content of ecological information includes whether the information is adequate and up to date. Well, kind of neither of those things are now true. Whether the ecological methods are in accordance with good practice, and I think we'll come back to that shortly, and whether the departures from good practice have been made clear. Well, the failure to consider alternative sites hasn't been grappled with at all. Whether the mitigation hierarchy has been applied, well, I've just given examples to how it hasn't. Whether it has been adequately demonstrated the proposal will deliver the stated outcomes with regard to likely effectiveness and certainty over deliverability. And you picked up on this point, Ma'am, which is that we've got at one point the applicant saying this will all be dealt with predetermination, and then we've got now a suggestion that it can all be dealt with by condition. So there we go. I'm done with that document.
Thank you very much.
Before the show continues, I was conscious that Mr. Woodfield was asking and answering his own questions a little bit through that. So as you proceed through your question, try and stay more focused to a direct answer to those questions rather than a request to analyse or describe documents in detail. It should really be the other way around.
Okay, noted. So just in terms of some of the key points of concern which remain in relation to the appendix attached to Mr. Bradshaw's recognition, it's obviously been agreed that there will be a full response that's submitted to that within the timetable that's been specified. But I would just like if you could outline the key points of concern in high-level terms which remain.
No, you're still asking us to just discuss things. There needs to be more of a direct question.
Okay.
It needs to be more from the question rather than an invite to
Okay. So is it acceptable if I ask then whether the SWA data in your view is fit for EIA purposes?
No, I think the SWA data is extremely useful contextual information. And what I would say about it is that we would be in a pretty dreadful situation if it was where there was no SWA project going on in parallel, nothing to draw on in that context. And the standard of ecological information there was, or wildcat information at least, was even poorer. So the fact that the applicant now seeks to rely on the conclusions of the Clashindarroch 1 ES to suggest that there was no impact from that site, I think is shown to be misleading just by reference to the SWA dataset. So it doesn't answer the question, the SWA dataset, but it's definitely better than the position we would be in otherwise.
And what would you have expected to see as an EIA practitioner?
In respect of
the effort towards survey?
Well, as I've just said, I mean, I do accept that wildcat is an extremely difficult species to survey, but that doesn't justify less effort being expended on it. when you look through the EIA, the species that's most important is the one that seems to have had the least, not necessarily the least effort, but actually has the least data haul and the least certainty and the least understanding about the impacts on it. So my view I would have probably been advising my client, we need to go back several more times, potentially for several more seasons, before we're in a position to actually come up with a robust impact assessment on this species.
And obviously you heard this morning a point about camera trapping protocols that was discussed. Can you explain, for the benefit of the reporter, how you would have approached this issue and whether the responses of Mr. Bradshaw are satisfactory? Well, what I would say about the camera trapping effort is that there's a drawing in the ES, I think it's figure 9.10. I don't know if we necessarily need to go to it, but when you look at the detail of the camera trapping shown on that drawing, none of it accords with the gold standard. The gold standard is 2 camera traps set in the positions where you can get a double 2 bites of the cherry of trying to catch a cat and get good images of it, combined with bait. In none of those situations were those 3 parameters met. You either had 1 trap with bait, or you had 2 traps on a very few occasions with no bait, or you had single traps with no bait as well. So when you're dealing with a species this rare, this much in trouble, and this much at risk and this vulnerable, you've got to apply the gold standard, and that simply wasn't done. And so your position is that's not an unreasonable position to take, it would be what is required in dealing with a species of this nature? Well, that's it. It's best practice. Best practice is important in all situations, but best practice is doubly important when you're dealing with a species this vulnerable, this scarce and this sensitive. So moving on to the points then in terms of mitigation and compensation, which have been discussed this morning. Obviously, the assertion is that there's false precision that's been used in differentiating between mitigation, compensation, something else. I don't think that we got clear answers from that. It certainly appears that there are many unanswered questions. Can you tell the inquiry what your position is? In relation to mitigation and compensation? Compensation. Mm-hmm. Well, I think, as hopefully I've just mainly articulated this point, but mitigation actually amounts to very little more than just trying to ensure minimal legal compliance, that you don't commit an offence by destroying a den in the process of clear felling for the wind farm or in other aspects of the construction phase. And the mitigation proposed is a walkover to try and find den sites in a situation where we know from the literature and from a lot of the documents that are in front of the inquiry that finding den sites is extremely problematic. And in fact, even when a GPS tagged cat is found at a den site, when people then go and try and find that den site, they still can't find it. So to suggest that a simple walkover in accordance with 35D, guidance note 35D, the forestry guidance, which, as you said, is horrendously out of date and has been earmarked for review, and that simply hasn't happened, is again less than best practice. It's the bare minimum that you'd expect from mitigation. Everything else that's proposed, and that Mr. Bradshaw was waxing lyrical about, is compensation. It's compensation that allows the impacts to occur, so it's the final last resort of the mitigation hierarchy. If you can't avoid the impacts, if you can't reduce them to a sensible level, and if there is no other alternative, you resort to compensation. And I don't think that's an appropriate approach with a species this rare and this sensitive. And obviously there has been some discussion this morning with regards to the comfort that can be taken from the outline habitats management plan that's there just now and the species protection plan. Can you provide your view on that? Well, again, Mr. Bradshaw didn't really give a very clear answer on this. I mean, it sounds as if perhaps there's been the first soundings of discussions with landowners. But from your point of view, ma'am, and again, considering the importance of this issue, I would want to be in a position of seeing something fairly fully formed. Discussions with landowners are not easy. You're going to require compensation. You're going to need to think about certainty of delivery, whether those option agreements have been signed, whether the compensation deals for loss of farm incomes or what have you, whether they've all been tied up.
before you even get to a position of knowing where this compensation is going to go, and actually whether it's going to be effective, because the places you might want to put it for the best benefit of or the best compensatory benefit for wildcat, you may have landowners there who simply just don't want to countenance the idea. So to the extent that this is relied upon as a way of saying, oh, it will all be okay, I think that it's unacceptable to be saying, oh, it can all be dealt with by condition, because let's take the trap neuter vaccinate release program. That's been wound up. So all the structures that were in place when the original commitment was suggested that the applicant would put no higher than support the local TNVR program, all those structures have now been swept away. So unless the applicant is proposing to build the thing back up from scratch again, and is proposing to put money on the table to do that, and has set out the detail of who it's going to employ, what their expertise is, and all of those kind of important points of detail, very little weight can be put on those things. The same goes for a project officer. What's the point of having a project officer if Saving Wildcats have wound up the local project and are now focusing their efforts in the Cairngorms on captive breeding and release? So I don't think any real weight can be put on these matters, and even less weight can be put on them given the complete absence of detail that you have on them, Ma'am.
And if I could just come on next to the position in relation to nature sport that was discussed this morning and take you to document CD 2.7.
Sorry, I missed the number there.
Sorry, 2.7.
CD 2.7.
Which is the updated consultation response from Nature Spot in January. The applicant's position throughout has been one of deferral to SWA, now Scottish Wildcat. Can you tell us your view in relation to the 2017 position that Clashindarroch 1 information should inform assessment, including information from the operation and its effects on wildcat? Would you have expected that to trigger post-construction studies, for example?
Yes, I'm not sure it's a point that necessarily hangs on the document you've taken me to, but I'm aware that in scoping, Scottish Natural Heritage, and we can go to the document if we need, Ma'am, but in scoping, Scottish Natural Heritage said we expect lessons to be learned from Clashindarroch 1 and to be used to inform and guide the mitigation and compensation for Clashindarroch 2. And I think at that point, reading between the lines, the applicant thought, oh dear, we haven't done any post-construction monitoring at Clashindarroch 1. And I think that's possibly why a handful of cameras were kind of set out in 2018 on the edges of the Clashindarroch 1 site several years after it had become operational. So they provide no meaningful data. So yeah, I think the SNH scoping response was effectively, as you say, to say, go and talk to SWA about it. And when you put that in the context of SWA's focus being elsewhere other than the application site, and the concerns that there are about the extent to which SWA and Forestry and FLS were actually able to understand what level of wildcat activity they had in the Clashindarroch forest, then I think it starts to look a little bit like everything was deferred to Scottish Wildcat Action.
I'm sorry, yet again, this is just another stream of information unrelated. But when I took Mr. Bradshaw through his evidence, he said, go to this paragraph like this. What do you say about that? That is evidence in chief. This is simply Mr. Woodfield going on and on as he sees fit, and a stream of consciousness. It's not proper.
Well, we're at the end of the stream
also
of consciousness, so
we're going to be at 3 o'clock before we get to cross-examination. We've still got to hear Dr. O'Donnell, who is going to go on the same length. We're going to be really got to be shorter, sharper, and done more properly as evidence in chief.
I think we're there, aren't we?
We're there.
Susan?
Is that your last question?
It was, yes.
That's fine. Okay. Well, it's 2:45. I think. Are you happy to going with cross-examination straight right now and carry on with that till say 3:30?
No, I am. I'm going to try and make some progress.
Okay, that's fine.
Good afternoon, Dr. Whitfield.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trinick. We meet again.
In terms of the SWA data, I'm taking one or two points you made first in oral evidence in chief. You say it's useful contextual information, and if it hadn't been there, then obviously there'd be a lot less information. I think you said something more colourful. But presumably Nature Scott, as a responsible body, which it is, had the SWA data not been there, they would have said so in their scoping response, wouldn't they?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Trinick, but I missed a big chunk of that question. Something dropped out.
If the SWA data hadn't been there and Nature Scott had said to itself, we need more data, then it would have requested more data from the applicant than in the event it did, because the SW data was there.
Well, they may have done that, but all I would say on that situation is that the Nature Scott letter of the 13th of January is very interesting to me because it doesn't seem to completely endorse the position they took in 2020, and it seems to respond to the extremely pointed criticisms of Wildcat Haven in a way that I'm surprised by, because it seems to sort of say we're not going to take a position on that anymore. We're just going to say that the SWA data set was good for a reliable estimate of population for the Clashindarroch forest, not for the application site. And then it kind of deals with some other matters to do with the burn complaint.
It doesn't. But the point being, Dr. Whitfield, is not to go to CD27, in which Nature Scott simply should respond to a question concerning the SWA data. My question was, if the SWA data had not been there, and at the scoping stage of the application of the EIA, Nature Scott would have thought it necessary, requested more data from the applicant, knowing the SWA data wasn't there.
Well, they didn't do that with Clashindarroch 1.
Answer the question, please. When I talk about Clashindarroch 2, we'll get on a lot better if you answer the question.
Okay, well, I think it's relevant that they didn't do it with Clashindarroch 1 because it shows that everybody's on a learning curve.
I'm going to stop you. We haven't got long this afternoon. Would you please simply answer my question?
If they would have had the opportunity to request more data, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of the adequacy of the EIA data that was there, I assume that you've, of course you haven't, being insulting and suggesting otherwise, you read through the EIA and Technical Appendix 9.2, the Protected Mammal Survey results.
I have.
And so if you were to go to CD13 MAM at electronic page 35, Mr. Woodfield, paragraph 9118. We're never going to agree that data provided is adequate. We say it is, you say it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But you say the paragraph 221 of your proof. Just remind ourselves what you say. The applicant has been forced to appropriate and rely almost wholly upon third-party information. Your words. Looking at the environmental statement, paragraph 9118, do we see, factual question, information on summary of trapping results 2018-2019? And those are trapping results, that's trapping carried out on behalf of the applicant. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And then we have walkover surveys and dusk transects, looking for dens and resting places, 121. I'm not going to rehearse the whole lot, this is brief. 124, summary of satellite tracking results, and then some conclusions. If we would go, please, to CD 152, Technical Appendix 9.2.
CD1.
If you go within that to electronic page 16 or 15.
Sorry, 152.
That's the one. Technical Appendix 9.2.
9.2, yes.
Electronic page 15 is paragraph 210. Tell me when you're there. And if you put your hand up.
I'm there.
Thanks. And you are, man. Thank you. Heading of Wildcat, and then the next page, survey scope and methods. This provides more detail, doesn't it, to the summary in the chapter we've just been through in the EIAR. Again, I'm not going to try and get agreement from you that what was done was adequate. We views, and we have your views. There's the information on the survey, camera trap surveys, and then on internal page 15, the various years of that survey, equipment used. Next page, dust transects and small mammal habitat assessment. I'm not going to suggest to you it's adequate. I'll never get there because you don't believe it, and that's fine. But what I do say is that you're absolutely wrong to say that in any way the applicant, paragraph 221 of your inquiry report, relied almost wholly on third-party information. That is simply wrong.
Well, it does rely heavily on third-party information in relation to the data hall. This is the fundamental problem, Mr. Trinick, is that when MBEC go looking for wildcats, they don't seem to find them. When Scottish Wildcat Action go looking for wildcats, they seem to find them, and that is why I'm concerned.
You're going off on one again.
Well, I'm not. I'm explaining.
My point was, you are absolutely wrong to say that we rely almost wholly on third-party information. Whatever you think of the quality of the work, a great deal of work was done and is recorded as just rehearsed. Am I correct?
I've just explained to you, Mr. Trinick, that there's a difference between the data hall. If you're talking about the data return from that effort, then the applicant has to rely on the SWA data set because its data return was so paltry. So that is the point I'm making. I'm not questioning that effort was made by the applicant. The question here is about what product came out of that effort. And I think it's significant that the MBEC surveys seem to be much less effective at actually picking up wildcat in habitats where I would expect them to have found them than the SWA data set, which suggests that as set out there, where MBEC displaced activity that SWA may otherwise have covered, an agreement was made that MBEC would cover the application site and SWA would cover adjoining land. The MBEC results were, they stand out as surprising because they picked up so much less.
We're not going to agree on the quality. I've got the answer. Ma'am, I'm simply addressing paragraph 221 of the inquiry report there and no more. I'm not going to seek agreement on quality of data. That could take us 3 days of cross-examination and we'd still be in disagreement. Take us to, I want to take you to CD27, which has already received some attention in the inquiry, and also to your recognition of paragraph 141.
Give me a moment.
Will you tell us in 141 the position of Nature Scott, while one of the objections in 2020 is somewhat more ambiguous by the letter of, well, CD27. Having CWH submissions on the adequacy of EIA, it is noted they've elected not to endorse or pass a new revised judgment on the basis of its conclusions. I just find that extraordinary.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick. Ma'am, are you having problems hearing Mr. Trinick as well?
No, what's happening is that you have an exceptionally squeaky chair, and every time you move, the system at your end picks up your side.
Ah, it's me.
Mr. Trinick momentarily, and so we lose bits and pieces of his sentences.
Okay, I shall sit still.
When you're there, we don't hear Mr. Trinick. So if you could try and stay still without wasting time getting you another chair, okay?
Okay.
I'd lend you a can of oil, but it's a bit fire, so I can't. I was rehearsing your paragraph 141, and you might just wonder, I won't read that again. You're pretty familiar with it anyway. I was going to suggest that your contention about CD27 is really quite extraordinary, because it's quite clear Nature Scott has a position of no objection to this application on ecological grounds. If it were so, if it were otherwise, it would say so. All that CD27 is doing is replying to the BPEA in response to its request for a view on the recent submissions by Wildcat Haven relating to the SWA data. That's all it's doing. It's not going further, is it?
Well, I do think it's unusual that it's not a repeat and ringing endorsement of their original position. If they had said that this was all superfluous comment around a position that they had already felt satisfied, I would have expected them to say, we've read the submissions of Wildcat Haven, and it does not change our position of no objection. They don't say that. Nothing may turn on it, but I just think it's unusual.
Right. Okay, I got your point. So far as one point you've made earlier, so far as the EIA camera traps are concerned, you use the word displaced SWA data. That's not right, is it? The SWA data for the site itself was used by the applicant, but they supplemented the SWA data set for the purposes of the application with a finer level of detail of the site itself. That's what happened.
That's not my understanding, Mr. Trinick. My understanding is that SWA also did camera trapping work in the same year, 2018 to 2019, but they decided not to do it on the application site because MBEC were doing it there. But obviously, because we don't have access to the SWA data set, I'm kind of in your hands to confirm one way or the other. But that's the inference I got from the way it's described in the environmental impact assessment.
Well, we say your inference is wrong, and so far as the data concerned, the 1890 set you haven't got anyway. It's already been made clear by Mr. Bradshaw he hasn't got access to the 2018-19.
Yeah, it goes back to the point I made earlier. I don't understand why not. Why would you not go after that data if you wanted to improve certainty?
This is cross-7 nations, not your opportunity to go off on one. You've already heard from Mr. Bradshaw he hasn't had access to the 2018-19 data set anyway. And as to the earlier data sets, they were supplemented by the EIA-R data set, not displaced. You accept that?
But my question still remains unanswered as to whether SWA covered the application site.
Please answer my question. Do you accept they weren't displaced?
I don't accept that they weren't displaced because I don't have any information upon which to accept it.
Very well. Noting the criticisms you and Dr. O'Donoghue on whose evidence you heavily rely in terms of the presence of wildcat in Clashindarroch Forest, noting what is said about SWA and Nature Scott, you're not suggesting that Nature Scott has approached Clashindarroch 2 in anything other than a professional, expert and objective way, as you would expect from the Scottish Government's Nature Conservation Advisor, are you?
I think that Nature Scott have largely abdicated responsibility to Scottish Wildcat Action because they know that they're operational in that area. And this kind of goes back to the difference between a very firm position of non-objection in 2020 to a rather more ambiguous position now, which is that I think the criticisms that we levelled at the application came as news to Nature Scott. And I think they probably feel that they are not entirely without force, which is why the letter is written in the terms that it is.
Mr. Woodfield, you're reading so much between the lines, hardly any lines left.
I may be. I accept that.
Speculating.
Yeah.
And I also suggest you're getting into a conspiracy theory of life.
No, not at all. Not really? At all. Because, well, Mr. Trinick, I deal with Natural England day in, day out. And I know that Natural England, when you speak to them, they feel that their hands are tied. They are not in a position to object to major projects of this kind of nature.
Let's keep with the evidence.
Okay,
right.
all right, okay.
Turn to your precognition, please, of paragraph 121. I was intrigued in 121.
Sorry, what, recognition or inquiry?
Recognition, my apologies.
Sorry, yeah.
Electronic page 3 or whatever.
Which page was it? Sorry.
It's your actual page 1, electronic page 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Paragraph 121. I was intrigued by a reference to a draft statement of agreed matters. That really caught me by surprise. I don't think there is one, is there?
No, there isn't one, and that's why Ms. Shaw, I think, went to try and deal with those matters in her cross-examination of Mr. Bradshaw.
I'm not sure which one. In fact, there is no draft statement of agreed matters. Fine. You say there doesn't appear to be any dispute that this development proposal gives rise to risks of severe adverse impacts on wild cat. No dispute with you mean between the applicant and Wildcat Haven. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I don't think there's any dispute there. I think the applicant agrees that the applicant sets its stall by the efficacy of the mitigation and compensation to avoid significant national level impacts. And by their very nature, they are going to be severe because it's a national level impact. So I don't think there is anything between us on that, is there?
There's a vast amount between us. If you go to CD 13 at paragraph 70 or electronic page 74, and these are the residual effects during the operational phase. I'll come back to the construction phase later. Are you there, ma'am? It's electronic page 74. Conclusion was without mitigation, a moderate, significant, and significant because it's in bold, significant effect, and with mitigation, negligible, minor. If you go back to electronic page 62, we have the table, the equivalent table for the construction period. And there is because we see the bold again, a moderate impact relating to killing and injury and a moderate impact relating to disturbance, and then not significant with mitigation. You interpret that as the applicant accepting a severe impact? Is that your interpretation?
No, you're missing out the crucial word, Mr. Trinick. There is nothing between us, as far as I can see, that there is a risk of severe impact. The applicant, or at least whoever authored Chapter 9, thinks that can probably be avoided by mitigation and compensation. That risk can probably be prevented. And when that is cast in the terms of the ecological impact assessment guidelines and the best practice standards, probable equates to somewhere between 50 and 95%. And I noticed that Mr. Bradshaw hasn't refuted the suggestion that it could be as low as 50%.
Sorry, I was referring to the pre-mitigation effects as well. Do you feel that a moderate impact is severe, do you?
Well, if you look at the matrix, a moderate impact at national level is going to be
significant, correct?
Yes.
Well, that we can agree on. We'll leave as a point of disagreement the word severe. I can't take that any further. Thank you. Go to your recognition, please, at paragraph 132. Ultimately, this is a matter of submissions, and I'm not going to deal with it hugely in evidence. Susan Shaw and Eva Jensen and I can have enormous fun in closing submissions on this. But are you really saying in 132 that the mitigation hierarchy requires that where proposals may have significant effects, promoters of the project should consider withdrawing through the use of an alternative site? Is that what you're saying?
Not in all cases, because it depends on the geographical frame of reference of those significant effects. In a situation where you're dealing with risks that could potentially precipitate the extinction of a species, I think it is incumbent on the applicant to seriously stop at stage 1 of the mitigation hierarchy and give a good head scratch and think, is this really the best place for this relatively modest level of generation capacity?
Watch out, you're going into other territory again.
Apologies.
Well, whatever you think of that will make submissions, we disagree, but in any event, avoidance can take the form of not just avoiding the site, but using the site, but avoiding areas which are of particular sensitivity for the species in question, such as dens, resting places, movement corridors, better quality foraging habitats along riparian zones, minimising felling requirements through keyholing, timing your felling to avoid more sensitive times of the year. That's all avoidance, isn't it?
It's an iterative process, Mr. Trinnick.
Would you like to answer the question?
Yeah, well, it is avoidance, but it's stage 2 avoidance. Stage 1 avoidance is you consider whether this is the best site for that project. Stage 2 avoidance might be elements of embedded design that try and reduce the impacts. But if you look at chapter 2 of the environmental statement, you will see that wildcat played no part in those considerations.
You turn to paragraph 135, please, of your recognition at electronic page 5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Sorry, my fault, I should have looked this up. Yes, it is his inquiry report. You actually tell me if I read it properly. Paragraph 246 that you refer to of Mr. Bradshaw's inquiry report.
246, yeah.
And you pick out the phrase very infrequent use in terms of the forest blocks where the turbines are being located, and then say, well, you can't draw such inferences. If you go to his inquiry report of 246, I suggest that Mr. Bradshaw is saying a lot more than that. You want to read it through carefully and give it some context rather than just pick out that phrase.
Well, it's all conjecture based on very skeletal evidence, isn't it? It goes back to the. It goes back.
You're giving answering a different point as you have done before. The context of 246 goes a lot wider, and the phrase you picked out makes it clear. That's all he's saying in paragraph 246. Ma'am, if I don't get an answer to the question, I leave it for you to read.
That's fine. If
246 gives a lot more context to that phrase than you would allow.
Yeah, if the answer you're seeking is that paragraph 2.4.6 is much longer than the quote that I took from it, then that's absolutely correct.
You have my point, ma'am. Thank you. Because I'm not going to thankfully cross-examine you on Appendix 1 to Mr. Bradshaw's.
That really would be lengthy.
It will take a long time, you're right. Go to paragraph 139 of your recognition, please.
Of my recognition, sorry.
Yeah. Well, if you bear with me just a moment. But I dealt with that point already, my apologies. I've only have one more question for you, and that is in relation to your useful, and they are useful, figures 13.31 to 13.33. Why did you not also plot onto these figures those tetrads where there was no wildcat recording, so as to give the whole picture?
Where there was no wildcat recording?
Yeah. When I put the whole, that gives a much fuller picture, doesn't it?
Well, you could argue that it does, but in the normal way of these things, like if you look at dot maps for species abundance on a national level, they don't plot the squares where they aren't there, they just leave them blank. So I'm not doing anything non-standard or underhand there, I'm just plotting where wildcats were found. And there's an important point to make here as well, which is that it needs to be emphasised that I've only plotted the records that SWA said were wildcat. So where SWA recorded cats that were putative wildcat or were definite hybrids, I didn't plot those. So it gives an underestimate of the level of the density of occupation across the Clashindarroch forest.
I want to get that clear. These are camera trap records. They're not DNA records. How would you be able to distinguish between a putative wildcat and a pure wildcat? You can't.
And I haven't done the distinction, but if you go to the confidential annex where this data is taken from, SWA have made that distinction. So they have distinguished between wildcat and hybrid, and I've only plotted the records that say wildcat.
I'm sorry, Mr. Woodfield. I know you're not the wildcat expert here.
Well, we can go there if you want to.
If you go to the SWA data, you will see that the word wildcat or hybrid is recorded, but the wildcat is putative. It's not definitely pure because the scoring is purely based on pelage, not
okay. Well, that's semantics there. But Scottish wildcat.
That's not semantics, Mr. Woodfield. I asked you a question. That's actually quite an important question. Are you claiming the SWA data somehow reaches a conclusion on whether a cat is other than hybrid or pure? Are you saying that? Yes or no?
What I'm saying, Mr. Trinick, is I've plotted the information that's in the confidential annex. It's so redacted that all I have to go on are 3 tables which have a column that say wildcat and a column that say hybrid. I only plotted the columns that said wildcat. How SWA got to the distinction between wildcat and hybrid is not open to me because I don't have access to the data because it's been withheld from us.
Ma'am, the important point there is that we say it's quite clear from the SWA data that no distinction is drawn between putative and pure wildcat because it's purely camera trapping information without any DNA testing.
It just says wildcat. Yeah.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trinick. Pleasure as always.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Mum.
It's 3:15, or just coming up for 3:15. I don't have any questions for Mr. Woodfield. I'm wondering whether or not we take a 5-minute break and then come back with Susan Shaw's re-examination, just to give everybody a little bit of a break. That's quite a long session. That's about around 15 minutes.
Could we have 10 minutes? Well, I know it's another 5 minutes, but give me a break.
10 minutes, okay. So we'll say, just 20 past, so not 25 past 3.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Bradshaw, are you there? Right. Do you have any re-examination for Mr. Woodfield?
Just one very brief point. So obviously this distinction between wildcat and hybrid has come up throughout the course of today's evidence. I just want to be very clear. Here we're talking about a development control decision, not a conservation for the species overall decision. Can you just sum up your position with regards to this distinction and its artificiality?
Yes, it should have no part to play really in the EIA process. The jury is still out as to whether the species has passed beyond the point into functionally extinct. There is a strongly held belief by many people, including myself, that there are still wild type cats out there. And every effort should be being made to conserve them in situ rather than resort to captive breeding programs and what have you. And that is recognised by lots of other parties and is inherent in the decision that whether or not you're dealing with high quality hybrids or pure wildcats should actually have no bearing on the EIA process.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's great. Thank you. Your next witness, Paul O'Donoghue, and you'll have an opportunity to introduce his evidence in chief. I think you can tell where I'm going to go with this. You need to be much more focused in your questions so that Mr. Donoghue can give a clear answer rather than recite or repeat evidence that's already given in written documents.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. O'Donoghue. You have already introduced yourself to inquiry in your inquiry report, and you've provided details of your dedicated wildcat expertise, including being an author and reviewer of several of the empirical and other academic papers which are lodged before the inquiry. I therefore don't intend to take up time to reappraise that. Your precognition, of course, is taken as read, and your inquiry report is CD 13.13 is also before the inquiry. Just in terms of turning to a few fundamental points before you go over to cross-examination in response to the points that have arisen from Mr. Bradshaw's evidence this morning, there has obviously been quite a bit of discussion around the paper at CD 6.32. I'll just wait until parties are with us on that document.
Yep.
So this is the study again on the impacts of European wildcat or anthropogenic interventions in forest habitat, with particular to reference to wind turbines. There was some discussion about the status of this paper, and what do you say to that?
Well, first of all, this paper isn't a peer-reviewed publication. It's not been put before the scientific community. It's not been scrutinised by the scientific community. However, there's some points in there that are well made. I take you to the last page, page 116, and the paragraphs above the conclusion. Are we all there? Page 116, paragraph before the conclusion. So if we start at the top, in where it goes, in sum, the results show. So if we start, they show the available open spaces between the wind turbines were avoided by wildcats. I think that's very important, and that comes on, and that reflects on some comments made by Mr. Bradshaw today, where there was an almost third attempt to claim that clear felling for wind farms created habitats for wildcats full of prey. Well, notwithstanding that that's wrong, the wildcats wouldn't go there anyway, and that's clear in this paper, and it's clear by other empirical observations by Mr. Bradshaw that he referred to himself. It says also both sexes sought areas with wind turbines with less frequency. They preferred sites located at greater distances from these areas. Now, again, that is very unambiguous, and I struggle to see why that's not clear in Mr. Bradshaw's precognition or inquiry report. Because as I see it, as I understand it, ma'am, and please forgive me, I'm a wildlife biologist. I'm not a consultant, so I'm coming at this without industry expertise. But I think the job of an ecological consultant should be to give a fair representation of the data and not bias and cherry pick from documents.
Mr. Donahue, remember the discussion?
Yeah. So can you turn to
your opinions? You're answering questions, okay? So
yeah,
you're offering opinion in response to the question.
Okay, I'll carry on then.
Sure.
Okay, I'll carry on then. So the second paragraph, it says that where kitten dens are concerned, the impact of wind turbine locations is comparable to that of settlement areas and roads.
And how do wildcats respond to settlement areas?
Extremely adversely, and I'll come on to discuss the scientific literature which I rely on, which shows that human settlements are avoided by wildcats. They pose risks to wildcats, and they are noisy, they are full of disturbance. They're exactly the areas that wildcats seek to avoid. And actually, for this paper to compare it to a wind farm to a human settlement shows the level of impact that a wind turbine has. The thing is, ma'am, wind turbines, people don't really, go and see them. You don't hang about them. There's not much research done on the impacts of them. But for this report, which is done by the industry, to say that it's equivalent to a human settlement should be taken seriously. And then, I won't read through the whole paper, the whole paragraph, but there's a comment there about, and this is in Mr. Woodfield's precognition and in his IR, something about kitten dens could be found at distance of. No, it says no kitten dens could be found at distance of less than 200 meters from wind turbine locations. Now, Mr. Bradshaw, in his precognition and in his inquiry report, flips that on its head really to make that almost a positive point. He makes a point that wildcats are found at a distance of 200 meters. But if we actually go up a couple of pages on this report, and this is quite important, to figure 6. Now, hopefully, it's not entirely so. Can you see figure 6, ma'am? It's a graph, and it's got box plots. Now, what those box plots do is they show the mean of the data, and they show the variance in data. And this is a really important point, ma'am. The boxes show one standard deviation from the mean. Now, that's a posh way of saying 95% of data. So what it shows is, if you look at, can you see the wind turbine box plot, ma'am? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I'm nodding. Yes, I've got it.
Sorry. Yeah. So if you look at that, if you look where the mean actually lies, so where the average distance away from a wind turbine is, it's actually at 1 kilometre. That's a really important point. Now, given that the size of the clash is 59 square kilometres, that is very significant, because what it means is, and I'll make this point several times, and I'll illustrate it with the literature, that when it comes to a wind farm, it is not about the amount of forest that is destroyed. It is the knock-on disturbance impact. And this paper, this report shows that. So again, Mr. Bradshaw will have seen this. And it concerns me that, as someone who should be an independent consultant, focuses on the fact that on the 200-metre figure rather than the mean, which is clearly almost bang on 1,000 metres.
And can I take you now to document CD 6.25, unless there are any questions on that?
One final point on that. If we go back to the previous paragraph I was referring to, above the conclusion on the last page, there's one final point I want to make in response to Mr. Bradshaw's comments this morning. So the last point above conclusion, it's clear. Hence, the construction phase presents potential hazards that can lead to the killing of kittens in particular, or to the displacement of wildcats. Now, again, I struggle to understand how an independent consultant can pick out from this document a sentence about operational disturbance and miss the fact that kittens and cats are killed. And ma'am, this is very, very simple. When it comes to the operational procedure, the construction, the clear felling, the devastation has already taken place. The killing has already taken place. And it's very simple, ma'am. You cannot displace a dead wildcat. So, of course, at the operational stage, there is no displacement on the immediate site. And in this report says itself, wildcats avoid the open spaces beneath wind turbines. So I don't know Mr. Bradshaw. I've only met him once.
Okay, we'll stop there. I think you're going to go with some criticism of him. I would really still like you to stay focused on Ms. Shaw's questions, and your particular answer is staying as close as possible as to the purpose of the question.
I think I am, ma'am. One last thing. If you go on to the conclusion section, then you go to the bottom, the very last sentence before references. I just like to point to this. There's been lots of talk today about cumulative impacts, and there's been lots of talk about.
I'm sorry, but this is going. This is going beyond control.
Mr. Trinity doesn't want me to make this point, ma'am, because it goes against much of what Mr. Bradshaw said this morning. So let me make it, please.
Right, I'll let you read it out, and then that's it finished.
Thank you. Thank you, of course, because it's the last point. So it says, it cannot be ruled out that the cumulative effects of relevance from a species protection point of view could go beyond the disturbance impact identified here. It is clear the cumulative impacts should be considered. They have not been considered, and that's why Mr. Trinity didn't want me to answer that question.
Okay, you've gone beyond that. So just try and, I know you feel very strongly about it, but we're trying to hear your evidence in a organised way, and it's important that you try and respond to Susan Shaw's questions as precisely as possible.
Of course, ma'am.
So moving on to document CD 6.25, there was some discussion this morning. This is the paper by Pinheiro. So I'll let you just take a moment to get to CD 6.25.
Pinheiro Hotel.
Yes. So this was a point that I raised with Mr. Bradshaw in cross-examination this morning, the distinction between cortisol in terms of samples of fecal cortisol and hair cortisol. Mr. Bradshaw didn't really have a position on that. Can you tell us why this is significant for the environmental assessment that's been undertaken?
It's very important. I thought, well, I've spent a lot of time looking at fecal cortisol in different species. I've reviewed papers that look at law sticks to collect hair samples. I've been a reviewer for international journals. So fecal cortisol, ma'am, reflects the stress level in the 24 hours, in around the 24-hour period. Hair samples reflect historic cortisol levels. So if you think about this quite simply from a biological point of view, which is, it's easy to explain it. In your body, we release cortisol, and that, without being graphic, comes out in the cells within our feces. And the cortisol going around in our bloodstream and in our cells at that time is reflected in the fecal matter. In hair, for example, if you think about biological mechanism, there's no way that cortisol getting into a hair sample so quickly. So fecal cortisol is what people use, what scientists use, ma'am, to assess the impact of stress. They use fecal cortisol, unless they are specifically looking at historic impacts of stress, which were not here.
And what does this paper tell us in relation to the use of trails, and how does that relate to the evidence that was provided by Mr. Bradshaw today?
Well, this paper is and I'll make this point clearly, ma'am, it's peer-reviewed. It has been scrutinised by the scientific literature, and it's in an international scientific publication. In fact, this is the first paper we're going to discuss today that is science. So, if you go to the abstract of 6.25, in the abstract, there's a section there. It says, therefore, we recommend. Can you see that, ma'am? It's at the bottom. I think it's in the bottom of conclusions.
Yeah, then key conclusions.
Yeah, can you see that? Yeah. So I read this. Therefore, we recommend that some zones of the park, in the integral reserve brackets, continue being maintained free of visitor impact, and that visitor numbers be specially controlled during the animal sensitive periods in the zone of restricted public use and in the restricted zone. Now, this paper is quite clear. Human impact causes stress to wildcats. That's what this paper shows. And this is in the conclusions of this paper, which is in the international scientific literature. It's unambiguous. Human impact, even walkers, causes stress. Now, I think, in my scientific and professional opinion, the impacts of a wildcat does not distinguish between a walker and a worker. So I've been to Clashindarroch one site, and it's full of people and vehicles, very analogous to a high use area by tourists. So that's why this paper is so relevant. But it just shows that it can be proven that wildcats suffer from stress due to human impact. So this is not supposition. It's a scientific fact. And then if I take you to page 533, ma'am, on that same document.
Yeah.
There's a section on there, and I'll read it. It says, when glucocorticoid concentration remains elevated for long periods of time, chronic stress. A wide range of negative consequences can occur, including immune and reproductive suppression. And it quotes two other papers by Sapolsky, both peer-reviewed. Now, this is a very, very important point, ma'am, and it'll be a narrative through my evidence in chief. So, not only does the wind farm displace and kill wildcats, it induces stress, which is shown to cause reproductive suppression. So you could end up with reduced fecundity, reduced breeding output. The other point, equally important, wildcats are susceptible to feline diseases such as feline AIDS and feline leukemia. So you do not want immunocompromised animals in there due to stress. But it's clear that human activity can cause that.
Okay, I'm getting your answer. I'm just going to watch you're not repeating things or going beyond the question again. So that's fine. Susan?
Okay, so just in terms of, there was discussion this morning as well about camera trappings and the protocols that have been applied to camera trapping. What do you say to that by relevance to the literature that you have cited?
I was biting my fist, ma'am, at the comments. To use unbaited camera traps to assess a population which the applicant clearly conceded of national importance is almost unbelievable. And what I'll do, ma'am, just to illustrate that point, I'll tell you first of all, then I'll illustrate it with evidence we presented. We only ever use baited camera traps for this very reason. When you lay a camera trap, you disturb that area. There are footprints, there is human scent, there is disturbance. And as we've just seen, wildcats don't like people very much. So by putting a camera on a site, you bias against the cat going past that camera. You actually make it less attractive to that cat. This is a really, really important point. And the only way to shift the balance to detection is to use bait. And there's two very good logical reasons for that, ma'am. The first one is bait smells. So typically people use mackerel fillets in oil, which stinks, which masks the human smell. The second impact is that it's an attractant. So the wildcat can smell that and come in, seeing a food opportunity. So the use of unbaited camera traps that Mr. Bradshaw has used today, and he claims that he knows how to survey wildcats. That's simply not made out by what he's done. And another, So, and
I was
another
just
important point on that.
Ask another question if I can. So in terms of what's been said about the use of camera trapping and the protocols about double camera trapping, what do you have to say to those points?
Absolutely. Well, given the conversation we've had about wildcat, you know, there was a great effort by Trinick and Bradshaw to confuse the issue with wildcats and hybrids. If you have double camera trapping, then you get both sides of the cat potentially, ma'am, but you get a full view. But bait also gives you that full view. I can illustrate this very, very simply, ma'am, in the videos that we sent. You may have thought at first why we're sending in wildcat videos, but I can show you them.
I don't know that we have time to look at them.
Okay.
Could you assume that I will look at them? I have opened nearly all the evidence that you provided.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. Okay,
and certainly in terms of the scientific evidence, I have looked at it. I'm just conscious of time, and I do understand the concept. So I know you're trying to be helpful, but I have read a lot of the information, so direct me to the points by all means. But
okay,
but I've got a good understanding of the case.
Okay, but the videos show the cats circle around the bait and they are focused on the bait. If that bait wasn't there, you simply would not find that wildcat. But Mr. Bradshaw, an alleged wildcat surveyor, experienced, doesn't feel the need to put bait down. Also, just to finish this point up on camera trapping whilst I've been asked, if you look at figure 9.10,
now, you'll need to tell me what figure 9.10 is, and I'll find it.
It was discussed in Mr. Bradshaw's evidence this morning at CD 1.44, volume 3D, I think.
Can you give me that reference again, please, Susan?
It is CD 1.44.
1.44. Why can't I see that?
Yes, it is. It's in 1.4 EIA volume 3, figures 8.1 to 17.1, so the bottom folder, and figure 9.10, protected species camera locations.
Okay, I can't actually get the document. Why can't I find that document, Susan, in this list?
If you go to
on the member stick you sent me, where
yes,
will I find it?
It's folder 1.
Yeah.
Then 1.4.
Okay.
1.44.
Got you. Okay.
And then figure 9.10. And obviously this document was specifically discussed with Mr. Bradshaw this morning. Can you tell us what you say to that document and what it shows?
I can. So there's a few very notable things, ma'am, to note here. We've been told about that the applicants made a genuine effort to survey the site. Well, just from that map alone, you can see that at least 50% of it has got no camera trap coverage at all. I mean, at least 50%. The top of the site is cut off. It may be as much as 60%, ma'am. So again, you know, I fail to understand why independent ecologists are only surveying half a site for a species they consider, for population they consider of national importance. I mean, this is their data. It's clustered heavily towards the south, and there's another important factor here, ma'am. If you look where the camera traps are placed in the south, you will see there are lots of potential infrastructure, but it's also abutting Clashindarroch 1, which I've just shown you in another report that it has at least a deterrent effect of 1 kilometre. Therefore, the cameras placed in this location are highly unlikely to find any wildcats. So there's an inherent bias already against. Then the applicant has concentrated all the cameras in that area, which increases another bias. I'm just making sure you write all this down, man. There's too much really it's an embarrassment to Richard, really. And then the applicant has not baited on every occasion, which introduces another bias. And then when we look at the time of year, and this is again shows an utter lack of any wildcat expertise, ma'am. Any person who tries to find wildcats will confirm this. A number of those cameras are placed between September and October and August and September. That is the very worst time of the year to even consider finding a wildcat. The reason is as follows, ma'am. Wildcats feed on small mammals predominantly, and small mammals breed over summer. So by the time we get to September, October, there's been 2 or 3 breeding iterations in the small mammal population, which means they're abundant. So wildcats are not tempted to come into baits at camera site traps. Also, the vegetation's high, there's bracken around, so it causes a lot of false triggers on the camera. So a lot of the cameras that you place, you just get pictures of blowing bracken. In the winter, conversely, you get hungrier wildcats, less vegetation, so a greater chance of detection. But I mean, looking at this, whoever, just to put it bluntly, ma'am, whoever designed this survey method designed it to not find wildcats. It's simple as that.
Okay, we'll just move on to the next point because I'm noting the point on time. In terms of the discussion about pine marten and as an indicator species and the work of Kilshaw 2016, which is CD 6.3, can you tell us what you say to the comments made by Mr. Bradshaw and what is said in the environmental statement?
Well, it's just a lot of nonsense to claim that the application site is any different to the rest of the Clashindarroch Forest is utter nonsense, not made out by any evidence. He even conceded that no evidence has been provided for that. But in terms of pine martens, I'll just read directly from the Kilshaw reference. So it says, this is Kilshaw 2006, a paper put forward by the applicant. While indicator species included pine martens, which have similar habitat and prey requirements to the wildcat. Now, what that's saying, ma'am, is very simple. Where you find pine martens, you also find wildcats. And from an empirical viewpoint, I've surveyed for wildcats for over 10 years. If I go to an area where there are lots of wildcat scat, lots of pine marten scat, I know it's going to have a high chance of yielding a wildcat. And what you actually get quite often, ma'am, because pine martens are a bit more precocious than wildcats, a bit less cautious, you get a pine marten coming on the camera first, and then you'll get a wildcat. It happens time and time again. It's happened on the vast majority of wildcat recordings we've got.
And so there has obviously been a lot of discussion today about the question of hybridisation. Can you tell us what?
Sorry, Susan. One last point of the pine marten thing. I just want to make a comment to the applicant's own words here. In the ES paragraph 9.110, can we have a look at that, please? ES para 9.110. Okay, are we all there? Are you okay with that, ma'am? Paragraph 9.110.
Yes, I got it.
Great. So I'll just read out the applicant's words. During the winter 2018-19 baited camera trapping for wildcat, pine marten were recorded at most of the camera traps, 32 of 39 locations, including all of the locations within the existing wind farm. The evidence indicates that the survey area as a whole supports a good density of pine marten. 32 out of 39 locations finding pine martens. Far from suggesting low quality, this suggests absolute optimum wildcat habitat. And in fact, the only variable in this is that the surveys were carried out by MBEC and Mr. Bradshaw don't find wildcats. Everybody else does, ma'am. Now, I'm struggling to understand why.
Back to Sean.
And so obviously the point has been discussed as well today by reference to the CD 6.23, which is the paper by Biro. Obviously there's been quite a bit of discussion about the threats of introgression. How does the threat of introgression compare with habitat loss? What is your position on that?
Well, it's very interesting, and the scientific literature bears this out, ma'am. What it shows is that habitat fragmentation is a key threat to the wildcat. So if you look at if you look at O'Neill et al. CD 6.28, this paper sums it up quite neatly, ma'am, so it'll save us a bit of time. 6.28. It's real science. It's in a peer-reviewed journal, a good one, and it's a well-cited paper. As you can check this on the number of times it's cited by other studies. So if you go to the bottom of page 2, it'll be electronic page 4. No, sorry, page 1, electronic page 3. What it says here, ma'am, is very important. Habitat fragmentation has been claimed as a significant threat for the wildcat, and this is the first study that has ascertained this as a limiting factor for wildcat occurrence. Conservation action should promote interconnectivity between areas with high predicted wildcat occupancy, whilst minimising loss of habitat. Indeed, the exact opposite of what a wind farm will do. The exact opposite. Because what a wind farm does is reduces connectivity and increases habitat loss. That's the first point. It's a very important point. The second point is on page 4 at the bottom. And this, ma'am, is a sad story for the wildcat, and it's why the wildcat is so susceptible to these kind of developments, ma'am. It says, interestingly, a recent study, 2018, suggests that in fragmented habitat, hybridization should be more common due to the higher presence of domestic cats when compared with continuous and large habitats. Basically, the Clashindarroch. This is also supported by the findings of Nussberger et al. 2018, that hybrids were located more frequently at the periphery of the wildcat distribution range, where forested habitat might be of lower quality. So this is really interesting. What this is showing, ma'am, and there's other papers to back this up, which I'll refer to later, like Tryanovsky et al. 2002. But what this shows very clearly, ma'am, is that fragmentation is very damaging, but it then facilitates the other biggest threat to wildcats, which is hybridization. And this is where you get into a very dangerous extinction vortex territory, particularly with a small population of the Clashindarroch, which is predisposed to entering into extinction vortex. So we have a double whammy here of fragmentation, integration. And ma'am, I want you to link this back to the other bit of science I showed you before, Pan-Euro, because that showed that human activity causes reduced fecundity. So we're already at a point now where this wind farm will cause fragmentation, increased hybridization, reduced immunity, and reduced breeding output. We are well on the way to an extinction vortex for this nationally significant population.
And are you provided with comfort by the answers from Mr. Bradshaw this morning that this has been properly assessed?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The survey work is deplorable. It's not comprehensive. It's badly done. It's designed as if to not find wildcats. That's how it looks to me. Put it this way, if my field workers did that, I would be deeply upset. And you know, we heard a lot about mitigation. We've dug into that a little bit.
Going off topic.
All right, ma'am.
So I think in terms of time, that really brings us to the end of my questions and evidence in chief, and I'm happy to hand over to Mr. Chinook.
Okay, Mr. Chinook.
How kind of you, Ms. Shaw. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. O'Donoghue.
Hello, Mr. Chinook.
Can you hear me all right? By the way, you're a bit faint.
Oh my, I can hear you perfectly. So I had to change devices this morning, so this is my second choice. But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. That's better. If you could keep close to the mic.
I'll try and give you a kiss. Yeah.
Even better. Now, listen, we're not going to agree very much.
No.
I doubt. But it's late in the day. I think you and I are old enough between us. We can deal with things in a civilised manner. So I'm going to ask you some questions, and I will ask you just to give me some answers.
Well, that's perfectly reasonable.
I'd love you to keep it brief, and I'll try and keep it brief as well. Are we agreed?
We have agreed.
Thank you very much. I want to take you first to, if you can turn up core document 6.1.
You dropped out there, Marcus. 6 what, sorry?
Sorry, yeah, 6.1.
Is this the conservation of the wildcat in Scotland?
That's the one. And
Excellent.
electronic page 39, if you would.
Electronic page 39.
This is where this document refers to other initiatives and projects and gives attention to Wildcat Haven. You've got that? Paragraph 3.
I'm just getting there, sorry, Marcus.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'm struggling with the... I'll one more page out, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks. I just wanted to get clear in terms of some data. On page 40, the next page, where that was to introduce the topic, there's a reference to Wildcat Haven below the bullet points, halfway through the next paragraph, of having had a license to, is that live trap? I assume a license to live trap wildcats.
Yeah, I held the only license in existence to trap wildcats in 2015.
Okay, and the bottom paragraph tells us about a license return you filed. Was all that trapping? Well, just want to get clear. Was it just in Ivermerkin, or was it also in Strathbogie?
No, it was only in well, it was licensed for West Loch Harbour.
Yeah, West Loch Harbour. Okay, so way west. That's fine. And if we go to your paragraph 4 of your inquiry report, please.
Yeah.
You repeatedly offered to share data with SWA, FLS, subject to any condition. I'm not going to discuss the debate you have with them. That's not for me at all. That data you referred to, is that the Ardnamurchan data, or is that some Clashindarroch data?
Clashindarroch data.
So is that the whole of the WPA, or is that Clashindarroch Forest?
Clashindarroch Forest, but we also survey out with Clashindarroch. We do, in Gartley and in other areas around there.
Yeah, okay. And so, but that data is not for the inquiry, is it?
No.
No, that's fine.
It was offered. It was offered, Marcus.
Yeah. Are those the conditions you refer to which you couldn't accept?
I mean, it's simply, yeah. I was aware that the RZSS had a plan and a focus to capture wildcats for the zoo and to prop up a highly hybridized population, and I wouldn't condemn a Clashindarroch wildcat to a lifetime in captivity,
right.
Looked after by people who don't know what they're doing.
That goes above my parenting pay grade. I'm not. You
no,
have that debate elsewhere. But
well, it's at my pay grade.
The fact is that data is not before the inquiry. That's fine.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of your videos, if you go to page 2, paragraph 3, I think you've got 38 videos. And how many is it? 1 or 2 or 3? I can't remember before the inquiry. You've got some. My problem with those videos is that you don't give us much information about them. You don't provide any information on survey methods, do you? Just use the videos.
As far as I was aware, we're not the one. We're not the applicants. We're not incumbent. It's not incumbent on us to provide data for your EIA or for anyone else. Those videos show every individual in those videos scores above 17 and above on the Pell score. In fact, I would say 95% of them score above 19 out of 21, which would make them far in excess of.
Let's keep to our pact. Let's keep to our pact. Not my question. You don't provide any information over the period on the period over which the video was taken or where the videos were taken, do you?
I can easily tell you that the data was collected over.
But it's too late for that, because I would have to put it back to Mr. Bradshaw if you did. You don't tell us, right?
I don't see the relevance of these questions, Marcus, really. I'm not the applicant.
That's okay. Well, it's the job of the applicant not to be too obvious, so I'm obviously doing something right. Could you go to your inquiry report, paragraph 2, page 2 again, please? And you tell us,
paragraph 2, page 2.
Page 1, actually, first of all.
Yeah.
You refer to the lower estimate of 30 individuals remaining in the wild. And this is about a clarification, really. That's 30 individuals in the wild in Scotland.
Yes.
It's only as on the following page you refer to an impact of 20% of the remaining world population. Do you mean the world population? Or are you talking about the Scottish population?
The Scottish population is the world population.
Oh yes, because you have that species.
No, it's very easy concept to understand, Marcus. Scottish wildcats are only found in Scotland, my friend. They're not found anywhere else. Therefore, by definition, the world population exists in Scotland, and most of them exist in the Clashindarroch.
Yeah, okay.
As you know.
Yeah, and you recall the evidence this morning from Mr. Bradshaw about species and subspecies. That's why I asked the question. We're not going to reach agreement, but I wanted to be sure whether we're talking about Scotland or the world.
Yeah, I realised the purpose. That's fine. Thank you.
Fine. So we're talking about Scotland, which equals the world. In your view, that's fine.
Not my view. Just simple conservation genetics, looking at evolutionary significant units, Marcus. Just like you would do with tigers, for example, where you look at Bengal and Malay tigers.
You lost me already. You lost me already, and I'm not interested.
The Scottish wildcat has been separated 10,000 years.
So the lowest figure is 30. Am I right? That's against a central estimate of 200 and upper 95 percentile figure of 430. Is that roughly where we are in terms of figures?
Well, no. I mean the Killshaw stuff. The mean is coming out about 115. To be honest, whether it's 30 or 115 doesn't matter. I mean. This animal is critically endangered. I'll just refer you to the same paragraph you're pointing to me at, and the Matthews and Harrow paper, 2020, which claims the wildcat in Scotland is critically endangered.
Yep. Now, I want to go to your figure further in paragraph 2 about 21 individuals.
Yes.
I want to get some figures clear. And actually, I'm going to start first with the next page, 20%. I imagine what you've done is to say six territories is 20%. Is that right?
Yes.
And is 20% of what total? 30?
Yes, you're doing the maths quite. Carry on, you're doing well.
Well, that's the first for me on maths. Okay, so that's how you get there anyway. 6 territories is 20% of the figure of 30 you give on the previous page. So I just need to know how you got there. That's okay.
That's fine.
And as far as your figure of 21 individuals is concerned, you tell us it's based on a simple application of minimum territory size to the extent of the forest estate. Now, just need to the reporter's benefit enable her to understand how you reach this. My understanding is that the area of the Clashindarroch forest is about 59 kilometre squares. Is that we already agreed?
Yeah.
And the WPA is roughly 370 kilometre squares, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. Is that broadly correct?
Possibly. I don't know about WPA. I'm not sure.
Okay, so Clashindarroch forest is about 16% of the WPA. So, but what you've done, I see, is to divide 59 kilometre squares by 21 individuals. That gives you a minimum territory size of 2.8 kilometre squares. Is that, again, am I correct on my maths?
Those minimum territory sizes are well documented in the literature.
Well, so they are. and we're not going to reach agreement. But if we go to CD 631, we'd like to go there, please.
The Killshaw report.
Correct.
Yes.
So bear with me just a little.
And you're going to take me to home range size 4 and 14.22, aren't you?
Well, you go on guessing, while I find the document. It's I'll have to dig it out electronically. I've lost my hard copy for the moment. I found it. Yeah, you're right. That's where I'm going, to the home range size.
I thought so.
And I'm not sure who's right. I can't tell. I'm not a scientist, but there seems to be a very big variation between your minimum territory size of 2.8 kilometres squares and that derived for this report at 14.22 kilometre squares for females and nearly 20 for males.
Well, let me explain that to you very clear. Let me explain this to you very clearly, Marcus.
Sure.
If you go down to the next page where the results are discussed, it says habitat use and home range size on the left. At the bottom,
yes.
Marcus, at the bottom paragraph on. It says page 130. It's the bottom paragraph there.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. So if you got, so I'll just read it out. Home range size in this study is larger than previously reported for wild living cats in Scotland. Now then, this is very important.
Would you mind actually just reading on before you comment? This is likely a product of improved technology, as 3 of the 4 previous estimates were collected using VHF radio tracking rather than GPS. This highlights the importance of increasing the size of camera trap grids for wildcat surveys and monitoring to account for these greater than expected home ranges. That's the full context, isn't it?
Well, no, the full context is actually all the papers referenced there, Marcus, are peer-reviewed scientific papers, whereas this one is a report produced by Kerry along with partners in the wind farm plan. Kenny Cortland is a co-author. He's also the species ecologist for the Forestry Commission, and which are partners in this wind farm plan. So here you've got a co-author of a paper who is in the JV with Vattenfall for this project.
Oh dear, I'll go to conspiracy theories again.
I don't think so, Marcus, because the FOIs that you tried to stop earlier will show this. Kenny Cortland's mentioning them, but it will come out in the wash, as you know. So the important point, ma'am, for this is the peer-reviewed scientific data is unambiguous that territory sizes are much smaller. This Killshaw report is full of caveats because it's not peer-reviewed. It's based on simply, and this is almost astonishing, ma'am, 4 females across the whole of Scotland. I mean, I would be ashamed to put this forward as anything near science. This wouldn't pass as an undergraduate report.
I'm going to stop you there because you're starting to go off on one. I've drawn attention to the difference between you and CD 31. We're not going to reach agreement on it.
No, we're not.
I make submissions on the basis of what I've heard of Mr. Bradshaw's evidence. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But what I wasn't sure of, and forgive me if it's a bit of a direct question, I'm sure you can take it, is I wasn't sure which came first, territory size or the individual number of individuals. Did you say that's the minimum territory size? That's the territory size in my view. It's uniform habitat, therefore there are 21 individuals. Or are you saying there are 21 individuals and you derive the territory size from that? I'm not quite sure.
The former.
You say that the territory size is 2.8, there's uniform habitat, and therefore wildcat being present throughout the forest, that means there are 21 individuals. That's the reasoning.
It's an estimate. It's an estimate 21. Actually, Marcus, it's probably an underestimate because that doesn't take into account the fact that there's overlapping territories. So males, for example, will overlap 3 or 4 of those females. So actually, what you would do is I've been conservative here, so bear with me, but you would actually divide. Male wildcats normally have 3 or 4 females underneath the territory. So you would actually probably add another 4 or 5 individuals to that. So the probable realistic population is around 25. But I thank you for allowing me to make that point.
Yes, fine. What I'm a bit curious about is that there seems to be, for the purpose of the inquiry, an agreement reached that there are 4 to 5, maybe 6, I can't remember the number, it doesn't matter, wildcat territories which overlap with the application site.
Mm-hmm.
But if there are 21 individuals, where are all these individuals?
Well, if you look at the application site, if you did someone say something? I got 2 questions. Then sorry, Marcus, go on.
Sorry, go on.
I got. Did you ask him? I didn't get the question properly. Go on, say it again.
No, of course, that's fine. If we've got 4 to 5 individuals whose territory overlaps with the application site, and that I think is, as Mr. Woodfield has recorded as evidence.
No. It's a minimum, Mr. Trinick. You're missing out keywords. A minimum. It could be double that. It's likely double that. We agreed on a minimum.
Where's your evidence of that?
What's that, sorry?
Where's your evidence of that?
Based on the density of wildcats in Clashindarroch. So if you go to the maps, we can go to the maps.
I don't understand. What I mean by evidence is, what evidence does Wildcat Haven itself produce that is not simply 4 or 5 or 6, but 21 individuals? Where do we find the evidence for this, beyond the derivation from a minimum territory size?
We've used the SWA data for this.
Use combination data to reach 21 individuals.
Yeah, so Mr. Woodfield, and you feel free to re-examine him on it. Mr. Woodfield is an ecological consultant, and his team run an analysis based on the SWA data set, and they came up with a 21 figure. So please feel free to ask him. I've explained how we've reached it.
Well, I would have examined him had he given evidence on it. It's your evidence as the figure of 21. That's why I'm examining you.
I've just explained to you how we've reached it. In fact, you explained it. You explained how I reached it, and I just agreed.
Yeah. Okay. I understand you've got 2.8 kilometre square territory size. You divide that. You divide 59 by that figure, and you arrive at 21 individuals. That's simply calculation. That's not data. And what I'm looking for is wait a minute. What I'm looking for is your data as opposed to that calculation. Your data for 21 individuals. Where does that come from?
Marcus, I think you're showing a real lack of understanding about how science works. You take data from studies and you extrapolate it and analyse it. And that's exactly what we've done. So we use the data from the peer-reviewed scientific literature, which gives us territory sizes. Then we use the empirical data from SWA, which I want to make the point, Ma'am, very strongly. We tried to get it for 2 years, and the redaction was ridiculous. It allowed no scrutiny.
No.
Okay, well.
Trying to establish. I suppose. Can I ask a question? It's not really, but I think what we're trying to work out is: has anybody ever seen 21 cats, or is the 21 cats an estimate based on what Clashindarroch and the WPA could sustain?
No. The 21 is just for the Clashindarroch, Marv, just be clear on that. And it's an extrapolation of the fact that it's really, really good habitat. It's got an exceptionally high density of sightings. And just to put this in context, Marv, before we started complaining about this wind farm, the Scottish government called the Clashindarroch a wildcat wonderland.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you, Dr. O'Donoghue, because you'll certainly go off on one again. If we went, and I'm not going to go there this time in the afternoon, but if you'll allow me to, Ms. Shaw can check me that I've got it right, you go to 1574, which is the UK report following your complaint to the Bureau of the Berne Convention.
1574, 1 second, Marcus, I'll be with you.
Sure, that's fine. Paragraph 18 of that.
15.7. I can't see that at the moment. Oh, got it, yeah.
Okay. Go to paragraph 18 and wait for my question, please. Okay.
equation. I like it, Marcus. It's good.
Yeah, we get to know each other. That's fine.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
We have there a complaint that estimates a population of 13 animals. We now have 21. We can see that Scottish Wildcat Action estimate following intensive, I know you don't agree with the data, multi-year camera trap surveys, 4 to 5 wildcats. So we have some pretty different figures there. My question to you was simply, apart from deriving 21 from a territory size over an area of 59 kilometre squares and assuming uniform habitat throughout the Clashindarroch forest, are there any other data before this inquiry justifying the figure of 21?
Well, I mean, I've just explained it. The territory sizes and the quality of habitat is a reasonable extrapolation. And then when you look at these other estimates, which 13, we've had 9, 11, these are adults as well, by the way, Marcus. And these don't take into account overlapping population, overlapping territories. But crucially, they also don't take into account youngsters.
Yeah.
So actually, during the breeding season, the Clashindarroch, if given a 50% sex ratio, which is common in most wild mammal populations, you could expect the population to actually double in the Clashindarroch over the breeding season.
Right.
So this is what I mean. We need to get into the biology of it to understand it. These are real animals.
Right. I'm just checking my questions. So some of the stuff I've already dealt with.
I mean, of course, the Burn report strongly suggests no development, doesn't it, in protection of habitats rather than mowing them down.
Hold on,
different points.
Just trying to cast his questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to summarise, because I think the reporter does need to have this as clear as she possibly can for her report. The figures that are in play, I'm not asking you to say which is right and which is wrong, are Scottish Wildcat Action, supported by Nature Scott, supported by the applicant, 4 to 5 individuals in using the application site. Well, no, not just that, actually, in the Clashindarroch forest. That's what they say. You say based on minimum territory size and a uniform habitat, therefore assuming a regular distribution throughout the forest, 21 individuals. That's the competing evidence. Never mind who's right and wrong, am I correct?
No, because you yourself have given me 2 estimates in the middle of that. So we have an estimate of 13, which is not a million miles away from 21. We have an estimate of 9 this morning. So no.
In the evidence in the evidence in your inquiry report, which postdates your complaint to the Bureau of the Bone Convention, your figure is 21, and based as we've rehearsed, our figure is 4 to 5. Those are the figures in the evidence before this delivered to this inquiry that the reporter has in front of her. I'm just trying to help the reporter here to make sure she has at least a record of the extent of the disagreement.
To be honest, Marcus, either way, it's still a high proportion of wildcats. And the thing is, as you concede, as the applicant concedes, it's enough to be of national significance. That's the important bit, Marcus, that you keep missing out.
I'm going to just pause for a moment because I want to just talk to Mr. Bradshaw. I think there are not many more questions, but if you give me literally 45 seconds, I'm not asking you to break.
Go for it, Marcus. Go for it. I'll have a biscuit.
Absolutely fine. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Hi, Dr. O'Donoghue. I think the report, we lost the reporter.
I think we have. I think she had she coughed in a minute ago.
Okay.
Yes, I took the chance for a drink. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, man, for that.
Well, I enjoyed a biscuit, so I'm happy. Go on, carry on.
We are just about there, because I think I see perfectly well where we disagree. I had just a question about some evidence you gave in Keith. It's about human disturbance. I wonder if you just get two documents in front of you. Have you got Mr. Woodfield's figures, his 1332 tetrad information?
I will have, Marcus. I'm.
Are you wholly on screen, or have you got any hard copies at all?
I'm wholly on screen.
Fine. We'll see how we.
So which one am I looking for, Marcus?
13.3. Word doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, I'll go first. I'm going for 13.3.1.
Yeah. Promise. Well, I tell you what. If you and the reporter could make a mental image of 13.3.1 in terms of roughly where those tetrads are.
Sorry, I'm on the 13.31 comes up as an inquiry report for me.
Sorry, 13.3.2. My apologies. 13.3.2.
Okay.
The first of the images. And then having done a mental screenshot of that.
13.3.2. We're talking about a map with the tetrads on, yeah?
That's correct. You will recall it well anyway, but I want the reporter just to make a mental screenshot and then turn to another document, which is CD 1.5.
CD 1.5.
When you get there, it's volume 1.5
for technical appendices, yeah?
That's right. 152 volume B.
152 volume B, appendices to chapters, yeah? Okay.
Sorry, I've gone to the wrong one late in the day. My apologies. It's volume 4A, and it's appendix 3. It's 3.2. Appendix 3.2 part 2.
3.2 part 2. Okay.
And when you get to that, scroll down to figure 3.2.4, if you would. Now, my point is this.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah.
You talked about human disturbance. You refer to tourism. You compare that with wind turbines. But Clashindarroch Forest is not devoid of human activity, is it? We can see in 3.2.4 there is this forest has seen constant human activity through forest management and through a long-term felling program that goes through the phases from 2019 through to 2043. And comparing in your mind's eye the tetrads with the felling program, there's quite an overlap, isn't there?
Depends. There's some. I mean, if you look at for example, the recent felling, so the red felling, it's quite localized. Wouldn't constitute an entire territory. So yeah, that felling will cause some displacement, but there's opportunities to move. The difference is really, and this is the key point actually, ma'am. Forestry is very different to creating a wind farm. So you're going to get a large scale of wind farm very quickly, but then you're going to get a massive road going all the way through that application site. So the impact is not the actual clear felling.
Well,
it's multiplied by the road going through it. So you can't. It's not. So Mr. Trinick's attempt to make it analogous with forestry operations is simply not.
You're reading too much into it. Let me save you from yourself. If you look at, there is a forestry road coming right the way through this forest. It's not just the red areas being felled, but through the years it's going to be the orange areas, the yellow areas, the green areas, and indeed the one colour of blue. And the reporter's familiar with this plan because we've been here before for other reasons. But there's going to be a lot of activity in this forest over the years, isn't there?
No, I don't think there will, because I think people see sense. We'll get it designated triple SI. I I think the reporter and the ministers will see the scientific literature which actually recommends protection of an area like the Clash rather than the destruction. So that's what I think, Mr. Trinick.
Well, that's your objective. There we are. Thank you very much for that answer. I think that will do me. Thank you very much. That's the end of my questions.
A pleasure. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Dr. O'Donnell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, well, stay put. We're just going to crack on. Susan Shaw has an opportunity to re-examine Paul O'Donoghue over anything she wants to pick up on. But remember, you're picking up on things that have come through the cross-examination. You're not going back to any of the original facts of the case.
That's understood. Thank you very much, ma'am. I just have 3 brief points that I would like to come back on, just because these are quite important. So for the avoidance of any doubt, Dr. O'Donoghue, the videos which you've lodged with the inquiry, it's been put to you that the grid references for those were not provided. Why would that be the case, and what risk would it pose in terms of...
Those cats show a higher pelagic score than anything else in the captive breeding programme. They would be lost to the zoo.
Thank you. And the point has also been made quite extensively about territory sizes and populations. I think this has become quite a confusing point. Are populations static of any?
No, not at all. As I explained there, you know, the figure 21 could easily swell to 30 during the breeding season. And when you consider overlapping generations, and I refer the reporter to the Biro Vital paper, Ma'am, I just want to make sure you get this reference because it's quite important. Susan, can you help me out with finding Biro Vital? I'll find it. I've got it, ma'am. CD 6.23, ma'am. What this paper shows is overlapping territories and male hierarchies and a quite complex social structure. So yeah, population can fluctuate, territory sizes will change.
And do other factors influence territory change?
Absolutely. So yeah, time of year can influence them. Disturbance can definitely influence them. And one issue I'm very concerned about, ma'am, here is, and this hasn't been made before, so I'm not repeating anything. The displacement of these cats that currently occupy the application site will have to be absorbed by the rest of the population. Now that will cause density-dependent factors which can slow population growth. So there's quite a crucial issue there, which all adds again to this extinction vortex point, where the more you push it, and Mr. Trinick actually made the point as well, there's actually ongoing forestry as well, small scale, which is adding to it. So it's just it's a storm that can lead to an extinction vortex, and extinction vortexes, ma'am, they're not a mythical concept. They're a fundamental principle of conservation biology, and I'll refer you to the LANDE paper I put in and the other submissions.
And would a population that's the size of 21, it could change tomorrow to be 25, and it could change the following month to be 18. But for the moment, taking the figures of say 30 and 21, which would be more at risk?
That is not an open question in re-examination.
Ma'am, I couldn't hear the question because Mr. Trinick interrupted.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. I was deliberate.
Yeah, he was trying to prevent Ms. Shaw asking a leading questions, which means she was trying to put words in your mouth about numbers of cats. So maybe have a think about that point in a different way.
Okay, so what difference would there be between a population size of the two figures that have been given?
Of what, 5 and 21?
Mm-hmm. In terms of risk and what's most endangered?
I mean, but 5, every single wildcat is absolutely priceless. That's all I can say. Absolutely priceless. And on the 4 to 5 point, actually, Mr. Bradshaw this morning said that they'd collared 4 or 5 cats in that area. Now the concept that they caught every single individual of one of the hardest to find animals in the world on camera, let alone trap, is utter nonsense. So there will be by the own evidence provided today, there'll be way more than 4 or 5 because they've caught 4 or 5. And as we've seen, Mr. Bradshaw can't even find wildcats in most of the application sites. So to trap every animal in the Clashindarroch is just gaga land. So the minimum of 4 or 5 is what they've actually caught. The real figure will be much higher, ma'am. You've got a point. Good.
I think that the points have been made about the confidence issues for decision making. I have no further questions from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, this brings us to the end of the evidence, I think.
I can't hear you, ma'am. Sorry. I think you've gone on, ma'am. You've gone on mute. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah, no, I'm catching up to you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions. Sorry, I went straight to the examination, but I didn't have any questions for Paul O'Donoghue. That brings this session to a close. I thought it'd be useful just to summarise some of the points that came from today. We have the late document arriving, which was the Ecological Clerk of Works survey of Clash 1, and we agreed that that would be circulated and the applicant would have an opportunity to comment on that by next Friday. There's going to be an exchange of views on the annex attached to Paul Bradshaw's recognition, and that was going to be next Friday, then the Friday after, as sort of exchange of views on that. And then we had the issue of the document without the redaction, where Ms Shaw circulated the unredacted version direct to the parties this afternoon. I was going to give a ruling on that once I checked with the office about where the source of the redaction was, and I would make a decision about sharing that document in due course, and you'll get that in a day or two once I've had a chance to check it. As you can imagine, I've got the hearings tomorrow, so I might not have a chance to get to the bottom of that. That's my record of the actions from today. That does anybody differ from that? Sorry, Ms Shaw?
It's just a procedural point in terms of expenses considerations in relation to the inquiry session. Should we address that in closing submissions in this instance?
I have to think about that. I didn't think expenses were part of a Section 36 inquiry, but I'll double check for you. Mr. Trinick, have you got a view on expenses?
Perhaps Ms Shaw could just amplify what you mean. She's saying that Wildcat Haven will be making an application for their expenses of the inquiry against another party.
That is the position that I want to put forward, and the reason for that and the basis is the difficulties that we have encountered in obtaining the information that has been necessary to come to this inquiry session today, which have incurred additional expense. Now, we're obviously very well aware that in normal situations for these inquiries that expenses are an exception as opposed to a rule, but we do think that on this occasion there has been a significant amount of additional work and time that's been needed to be spent, which could have been avoided, and that it amounts to unreasonable conduct.
Can she Section 36?
Okay.
I
don't have a definite answer on expenses on Section 36 because my understanding was that that was more focused on the planning appeal system rather than on the Section 36, but I will certainly investigate that for you. We'll be seeing everybody at the hearing session tomorrow, so the inquiry isn't closed, and I'll maybe find out some information on that for you for tomorrow morning. So Trinick, did you want to come back on something there?
No, I mean, to be honest, I've never had to deal, either make or resist an application for expenses on a Section 36 application. Plenty of times on TCPA matters, but never on Section 36. So, well, let's look at it together and see if it's possible. I just have two small points. The layout plan has been prepared. It needs a bit of amendment. It'll be with you tomorrow. That's the, remember that 2007.
Layout D.
Figure 2. That one.
Layout D, yeah.
And the second point is that you will be sent very shortly, if not already, a microsighting condition 21 for tomorrow, because I'm happy to say that the applicant and the council have agreed wording, subject to your views, obviously, of what should go into the microsighting condition. There's my points, Will. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm happy to take that. Ms. Shaw, I'm hoping you're still listening. So we had a discussion, or I put forward that at the end of the hearing session tomorrow, because the main parties will all be present there, that we would make a decision about the timescale for closing submissions and also for case summaries. I don't know if you were listening into the discussion on case summaries at the end of yesterday's session, but that will be something that's part of the inquiry submission in this case, and we would expect them to come in possibly separately from your closing submissions, but we were examining the possibility of them being an executive summary part of the closing submissions, and we were looking at different options for that. So we'll be making having some discussion on that at the end of tomorrow's policy hearing, and then I think after that the parties all start to vary depending on who's interested in the various conditions that we're going to discuss. So just be prepared for a discussion on that, and I'll see if I can find anything on the expenses issue in the interim.
That's very helpful. And just to be clear that the expenses issue relates to the inquiry session only is our position just now. It's not in relation to hearing sessions.
Okay.
I'm seeking to make the point today.
That's fine, thank you. So I just need to thank everybody for their time and effort today. We got through a lot of business with 3 different witnesses, and we covered some quite complex subject matter. So thank you very much for your help with that. I'll close the session just now, and we'll meet again at 9:30 tomorrow.
I just want to note, man, that Mr. Finley's still awake, which is remarkable.
I set my alarm clock for 4:30.
He's only just recently started his camera. We don't know what he's been up to there. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Bye.